Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into The Fiction Wizard, presenting to you today, what if Fleur's Veela magic recognized Harry as mate at age 9 and medical scan found 41 malnutrition potions in system. Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Compass Awakens. The village of Little Whinging was exactly the kind of place where nothing interesting ever happened, and the people who lived there preferred it that way. It was a Tuesday in late July, the air thick and stale with the particular boredom of English summer, when 3 black carriages pulled by horses that didn't quite look like horses rolled down Magnolia Crescent and stopped outside the community center. The horses had pale eyes and stood too still, and several neighbors who happened to be watering their gardens at the time found sudden urgent reasons to go back inside. The carriages bore the crest of Beauxbatons Academy, 2 crossed golden wands over a fountain, alongside a secondary seal that most people wouldn't have recognized, the 3-pronged mark of the International Confederation of Wizards Child Welfare Division. The third carriage, slightly larger than the others, carried the Gringotts insignia pressed into its lacquered door in hammered bronze. It was, by any measure, an unusual Tuesday. Inside the community center, which had been quietly rented out under a muggle-repelling charm that made non-magical passers-by suddenly remember they'd left something important at home, folding tables had been arranged with professional precision. Goblin healers in pale robes moved with the quick, efficient energy of people who build by the hour. A team of Beauxbatons staff in powder-blue robes set up screening stations near the windows. The whole operation had the atmosphere of a military exercise pretending to be a wellness fair. Fleur Delacour stood near the entrance and watched it all with the composed attention of a woman who had learned very early that rooms could be read like books, and this one had several interesting chapters. She was 34, with silver blonde hair pinned back in a knot that managed to look both practical and devastating, and the kind of beauty that people sometimes tried to attribute entirely to her Veela heritage because it made them feel better about staring. She let them. The misconception was useful. What people rarely noticed was the sharpness behind her eyes, the way she catalogued every exit, every face, every slight hesitation in a person's step that might indicate they were not precisely who they claimed to be. Beside her, fidgeting with the strap of her pale blue satchel, was her daughter. Fleur Delacour was 9 years old and already a social complication. Her hair was the silver white of winter moonlight and her eyes were the pale, unsettling blue of ice over deep water, and she had her mother's precise way of watching a room, except that Fleur watched everything with naked, undisguised curiosity rather than her mother's careful discretion. She was, according to her teachers at the Beauxbatons preparatory program, beaucoup trop direct, which was a polite way of saying she said exactly what she thought to exactly the wrong people at exactly the wrong moments. This trip had been explained to her as a routine matter, preliminary health screenings for magical children in the Surrey area who were registered for Hogwarts enrollment, conducted under joint ICW and Beauxbatons authority as part of a new cooperative initiative. Fleur had listened to this explanation with the patience of someone waiting for the actual reason. "Why are we here?" she asked her mother for the 3rd time that morning. "I told you. You told me the official reason." "That is not the same thing." Apollon glanced down at her daughter with an expression that mixed exasperation with something that might have been pride. "There have been concerns raised through several channels about the welfare of certain magical children in this district. The screening is genuine. The concerns are genuine. We are here to help." "Which child?" "We don't know yet if our concerns are warranted. That's what the screening is for." Fleur accepted this with a small nod and went back to watching the room. Outside the tall windows, a group of children were beginning to arrive with their parents, some nervous, some bored, most wearing the particular expression of children who had been told this was important and hadn't been given enough information to decide whether to believe it. Fleur watched them file in. A woman with a pinched face and aggressively normal clothing arrived pulling a large boy by the hand and steering, that was really the word for it, steering, a smaller boy ahead of her with one hand on his shoulder in a way that looked like guidance but functioned like a grip. The smaller boy was thin in a way that went past lean into something that made Fleur's chest do something uncomfortable. His clothes were enormous on him, clearly hand-me-downs from the larger boy, and he wore round glasses that had been broken and fixed with tape at the bridge. He kept his eyes down. Not from shyness, exactly. It was more practiced than that, more deliberate, the lowered gaze of someone who had learned that visibility caused problems. Fleur noticed this because she was good at noticing things. What happened next, she would spend a very long time trying to explain to people who hadn't experienced it, and she would eventually conclude that language was simply not equipped for the task. It was like, and this was the best she ever managed, it was like being very cold for a very long time and then stepping into sunlight. Not warm, not comfortable, not even particularly pleasant in the initial moment. Just right. Just correct. As if something that had been slightly misaligned inside her chest for her entire 9 years of existence had abruptly, without ceremony, clicked into place. Her Veela magic, which should not have been active for years, which her mother had explained would emerge gradually around puberty, which was supposed to be a gentle and manageable process, roared awake like a fire catching on dry tinder. Fleur made a small sound. Her mother turned immediately. Fleur? Fleur was staring at the thin boy with the taped glasses, who had not looked up, who did not know he was being stared at, who was currently being deposited at a registration table by the pinched-faced woman with the instruction, delivered in a sharp undertone, to behave, don't embarrass us, and don't say anything strange. Maman, Fleur said, and her voice came out odd, quieter than she intended. Apollon looked at her daughter. Then she looked at the boy. Then she looked back at her daughter with an expression that cycled through several complicated stages before settling on something very, very still. Fleur, she said carefully, how do you feel? Strange, Fleur said honestly. Not bad strange. Just, she pressed her hand to her sternum. Like I found something I didn't know I was looking for. Apollon was quiet for a moment. Around them, the room continued its organized business, goblins setting up diagnostic equipment, staff consulting clipboards, children shuffling through registration lines. None of it touched the small bubble of held breath that had formed around the two of them. Come with me, Apollon said. Her voice was very controlled. We're going to speak with Healer Ironclasp. The chief Gringotts healer was a goblin of middle age, though with goblins, middle age was a somewhat elastic concept, with long clever fingers and the permanently skeptical expression of someone who had seen too many people ignore medical advice. His name was Ironclasp, and he had a reputation in certain circles for being absolutely impossible to bribe, which in the context of Gringotts was considered an eccentricity bordering on artistic. Apollon found him at the main diagnostic station, calibrating a scanning array with the focused attention of a craftsman. She waited until he looked up, which he did after a moment, correctly interpreting the quality of her standing there. Madame Delacour. His voice was gravelled and precise. My daughter's Veela recognition has activated, Apollon said quietly, in French, which Ironclasp spoke fluently. The child she has recognized is in this room. I need a full diagnostic scan conducted immediately, the most thorough you can run, under ICW witness protocol. Ironclasp looked at her steadily for a moment. Then he looked past her shoulder toward the registration tables. The small one with the glasses? Apollon blinked. You've already noticed something. I notice most things, he said, with the particular satisfaction of a professional whose skills are being appreciated. His magical signature is suppressed. Not naturally. Not genetically. Suppressed externally, by potion. I noticed it when he walked within range of my passive arrays. He paused. I was going to flag him for a standard welfare scan regardless. Your daughter's recognition simply means we have additional grounds for an expedited process. Which means we can move faster. Which means no one can stop us from moving at all, Ironclasp corrected, with a thin smile. The boy's name, according to the registration form, was Harry James Potter. He was 9 years and 1 month old. He was 4 foot 1 inch and weighed 62 pounds, which placed him significantly below the 5th percentile for his age. He had a registered magical guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, and a listed Muggle guardian in a woman named Petunia Dursley, who was currently sitting in the waiting area with her own son, looking at the registration desk with the stiff anxiety of someone waiting for an opportunity to intervene in something. Harry himself sat in the diagnostic chair with his hands in his lap and the careful stillness of a child who had learned to take up as little space as possible. He had looked up when Apollon and Ironclasp approached, and for a moment Fleur, who had followed because her mother had forgotten, in the urgency of the moment, to tell her not to, saw his eyes clearly. They were green. Extraordinarily green, bright as summer leaves, behind those cracked glasses. And they held an expression she recognized with uncomfortable immediacy because she had seen it in the mirror, the look of someone watching a situation develop and rapidly calculating all possible outcomes. He was 9 years old, sitting in a strange chair in a strange building being approached by a French woman, a goblin with medical equipment, and a silver-haired girl who was staring at him more directly than was probably polite, and his first instinct was not panic. It was assessment. She liked him immediately for that. "Hello," Ironclasp said to Harry, with the pragmatic brevity of a professional addressing a young patient. "My name is Healer Ironclasp. I work for Gringotts Medical Division. I'm going to run a diagnostic scan on you today, a comprehensive one. It won't hurt. It will take about 10 minutes. Do you have any questions before we begin?" Harry looked at him. Then at Apollon. Then, briefly, at Fleur, which made something in Fleur's chest do that clicking thing again. Then back to Ironclasp. "Is this the normal scan everyone's getting?" he asked. His voice was quiet and careful, the voice of someone who had learned to phrase questions very precisely. "No," Ironclasp said. "This is a more detailed version. You've been selected for it based on preliminary readings." "What did the preliminary readings find?" There was a small beat of silence. Ironclasp, Fleur thought, was recalibrating. He was used to 9-year-olds, presumably, but perhaps not ones who immediately asked the operative question. "We'll discuss the full results afterward," Ironclasp said. "With yourself and with this lady," he indicated Apollon, "who is here in an ICW child welfare capacity." Harry looked at Apollon again. She met his gaze with the steady warmth of someone who had decided exactly how to approach this situation and was executing it with precision. "My name is Apollon Delacour," she said, in accented but clear English. "I am here to make sure you are well, Harry. Nothing else." Something moved across his face, small and quickly controlled, but Fleur caught it. Something that might have been the expression of someone who wasn't accustomed to sentences that simple being entirely true. "Okay," he said. The diagnostic array that Ironclasp assembled around the chair was unlike anything from a standard medical check. Crystal nodes on articulated arms, emitting a soft amber light. A large central recording mirror that captured the readout in shifting runes. 2 secondary instruments that Fleur didn't recognize. Her mother's hand found her shoulder and steered her gently but firmly to a position slightly behind and to the left, out of the main working space. Ironclasp began the scan. For the first 3 minutes, nothing particularly dramatic happened. The amber light pulsed. The mirror filled with runes. Harry sat very still and watched the process with that same assessing attention. Then Ironclasp went still. It was a very particular kind of stillness, the stillness of a professional encountering something that required a moment of reorientation before proceeding. He made a small adjustment to one of the crystal nodes. Looked at the readout again. Made another adjustment. "Healer Ironclasp," Apollon said quietly. "A moment," he said. He ran a secondary sweep. Then a tertiary one. Then he stepped back from the array, looked at the mirror for a long moment, and turned to Apollon with an expression that Fleur would remember for the rest of her life, the face of someone delivering information they are furious to possess. "I need you to call in your ICW witness," he said. "Now. And I need the senior Beauxbatons representative. Before I read these results to anyone." Apollin's jaw tightened by a fraction. She turned to the door and made a small hand gesture to a woman in Beauxbatons robes near the entrance, who moved immediately. Harry was watching Ironclasp with those careful green eyes. "It's bad, isn't it?" he said. Not a question. Ironclasp looked at him directly. It was, Fleur thought, the kind of look that acknowledged a person's intelligence rather than trying to manage around it. "It is significant," the healer said. "Is it something wrong with me? Like, something I was born with?" "No," Ironclasp said. "Nothing is wrong with you, Harry. The significance is not in your body. It is in what has been done to your body." Harry was quiet for a moment, absorbing this. "Okay," he said again, and his voice was steady, and Fleur thought that was either the bravest or the saddest thing she'd heard in a while, and possibly both. The ICW witness was a witch named Coordinator Augustine Prévost, compact and methodical with a documentation charm already active by the time he crossed the room. The senior Beauxbatons representative was Deputy Headmistress Edith Fontaine, a tall woman with silver streaks in her dark hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to making decisions that mattered. They assembled around the diagnostic array. Ironclasp stood at the mirror. "I am going to read the findings," he said, "for the witness charm. I will proceed through each category in order. Madame Delacour, I ask that you maintain charge of the child welfare component. This will proceed under ICW Protocol 7. "Confirmed," Prévost said. His documentation quill was already moving. "Physical health assessment," Ironclasp began, in a tone of professional precision that did not hide anything but was careful about the order in which it revealed things. "Subject is 9 years, 1 month of age. Height and weight are both significantly below age-appropriate norms, consistent with chronic nutritional deprivation over an extended period, not acute. This means this is not a recent circumstance. There are stress markers in the bone density consistent with," he paused almost imperceptibly. "Consistent with having performed regular heavy physical labor beginning in early childhood." No one said anything. The documentation quill scratched. "Magical core assessment." Ironclasp's voice shifted to something slightly flatter, the tone of a person managing their reaction in real time. "Subject's magical core is present and functional, but has been operating under substantial artificial suppression. The core itself is," he stopped, looked at the mirror, and said something brief in gobbledygook under his breath that Fleur didn't catch. "The core is extraordinarily significant. Without suppression, the subject would be registering as one of the highest natural core magnitudes I have encountered in 40 years of practice." Fontaine made a small sharp sound. "The suppression is potion-based," Ironclasp continued. "It is not environmental. It is not psychological. It is the result of systematic, regular administration of potions specifically formulated to limit magical development." He turned from the mirror then, and faced the room, and said, "I have identified 41 distinct suppression compounds in the subject's bloodstream. Some of them have been administered so consistently and over such a long period that they have become partially metabolized into the subject's baseline chemistry. The oldest compound traces indicate administration beginning in or around the subject's infancy." The room was very quiet. "Infancy," Prévost repeated, for the record. "Yes. How certain are you of that timeline?" "I am a Gringotts Master Healer with 40 years of practice," Ironclasp said, with a very controlled edge. "I am entirely certain." Fleur became aware that she had been holding her breath. She let it out slowly, silently, and looked at Harry. He was still sitting in the chair. He had not moved. His hands were in his lap, exactly where they'd been at the start. But his knuckles had gone white, and the green eyes behind the cracked glasses were not assessing anymore. They were very, very still, the stillness of someone standing on the edge of something enormous and deciding whether to look down. "Harry," Apollon said. She had moved without Fleur noticing, and was now crouching in front of the chair so she was at his eye level. Her voice was very quiet. "Do you understand what has been explained?" A long pause. "Someone's been poisoning me," Harry said. His voice was flat. "For my whole life. Someone's been giving me things to make my magic smaller." "Yes," Apollon said. "That is an accurate summary." Another pause. "Who?" Ironclasp had turned back to the mirror. "The potion signatures, the magical traces left by whoever brewed and administered these compounds, are not all identical. Several are from different sources. But the dominant signature, present in the majority of compounds and consistent across the longest time frame, belongs to a single magical practitioner." He looked at his readout. "I can run a formal registry match, but I want to be clear, this is preliminary identification based on magical trace, not yet confirmed by, who is it?" Harry asked. Ironclasp glanced at him, then at Apollon, who gave a small nod. "The primary signature matches the registered magical profile of Albus Dumbledore," Ironclasp said. The documentation quill kept scratching. Outside the windows, the ordinary Tuesday went on completely indifferent to the fact that the world had just shifted several degrees on its axis inside a community center in Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry sat in the chair for a moment. Then he said, very quietly, "He came to my house every summer. To check on me. That's what Aunt Petunia said." A pause. "He gave me lemon drops." Something crossed Apollon Delacour's face that Fleur had never seen there before. She had seen her mother angry before, politely furious, the kind of cold precise anger that accomplished things. She had never seen this particular expression, which was anger compressed to such a density that it had become something almost geological. Something that had been built up under pressure for a very long time and was now determining, calmly and without drama, what it intended to do. "Fleur," Apollon said, without turning around. "Oui, maman." "Go and wait with Madame Fontaine, please." Fleur opened her mouth to object, caught her mother's profile, and closed it again. She crossed to where Fontaine was standing, and stayed there, and watched. Apollon straightened up. She looked at Ironclasp. "I want a complete certified copy of that diagnostic record. Every compound, every trace signature, every date estimate, every notation you have made or will make. I want it under Gringotts' seal." "You'll have it within the hour," Ironclasp said. "I want a second copy filed simultaneously with the ICW Child Welfare Division in Geneva. Not the British branch. Geneva." Prévost nodded, still writing. "And I want," Apollon paused, and turned to look at Harry again, and something in her expression shifted, became less about the logistics and more about the boy sitting very still in the chair. She walked back to him. Crouched down again. "Harry," she said. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to know that there is no wrong answer. Whatever you tell me, I will believe you, and I will not," a small, precise pause, "I will not take you somewhere you don't want to go or do something you don't want done. You have my word. Do you understand?" He looked at her. There was something in his expression that reminded Fleur, with a pang she couldn't entirely account for, of an animal that had learned to expect traps in things shaped like kindness. "Okay," he said. "You're home with your aunt and uncle," Apollon said. "Is it safe?" The question sat in the air for a moment. "Define safe," Harry said. Apollon's jaw tightened. "Do they hurt you?" "Not," he stopped. Started again. Not, they don't hit me. Not really. It's more like," he looked at his enormous shirt, then back at her. "Dudley gets new things and I get his old things when they're too small for him. I sleep in the cupboard under the stairs. I do most of the cooking and the garden. I'm not supposed to do better than Dudley at school. That's just how it is." Every adult in the room was very quiet. "The cupboard," Prévost said carefully. "Yeah. It's fine, it's got a mattress now. They put a cot in." "How long have you slept there?" Apollon asked. Harry thought about it. As long as I can remember. Prevost made a note. His quill moved with the controlled deliberateness of someone ensuring the record would be absolutely unambiguous. Harry, Apollon said. I would like to offer you a choice. You can go back to your aunt today and we will begin legal processes that will take some time, weeks, possibly longer. Or you can come with me today. Right now. To France, to my home, while those legal processes are initiated. My husband is there, and my younger daughter, and you would have your own room, and you would not be asked to cook or garden, and you would eat properly. She paused. I'm not trying to take you anywhere against your will. But I want you to know the option exists. Harry stared at her. The assessment in his eyes had returned, more intense now, working through what she'd said like he was looking for the hidden clause. Why? He asked. Why would you do that? You don't know me. Apollon was quiet for a moment. She glanced, very briefly, over her shoulder at Fleur, in a way that suggested she was deciding how much to explain. My daughter knows you, she said simply. Or she will. I trust her instincts. And independent of that, her voice was steady, precise, the voice of a woman stating a fact. Independent of that, you are a 9-year-old child who has been systematically harmed by people who were supposed to protect you, and I am in a position to do something about it. That is sufficient reason. Harry looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at Fleur, which Fleur had not expected, and found Fleur looking back at him, which she suspected he also hadn't expected. For a moment they just regarded each other across the distance, the thin boy in the enormous clothes with the cracked glasses and the green eyes, and the silver-haired girl with the ice-blue gaze and the Veela magic thrumming quietly under her sternum like a compass needle finding north. Your daughter's been staring at me since I walked in, he said. Fleur felt her face warm slightly. We, Apollon said, with what might, in better circumstances, have been a trace of amusement. She has. I apologize for her manners. I don't mind, Harry said. He was still looking at Fleur. She doesn't stare like people usually stare at me. How do people usually stare at you? Like I'm a problem, he said. She stares like I'm, he paused, working for the word. Like I'm something interesting. Fleur, who had been told her entire life to moderate her reactions, said nothing. But she held his gaze and did not look away. Harry looked back at Apollon. Can I bring my things? Of course. I don't have much. A pause. Actually, I don't really have anything. Then it will not take long to pack, Apollon said, without changing her expression, but she stood up and smoothed her robes, and the deliberateness of the motion told Fleur that her mother was holding something very tightly in check. The confrontation with Petunia Dursley, who came sweeping over from the waiting area when she saw Harry stand up from the diagnostic chair, was brief and not, in Fleur's estimation, particularly interesting on Petunia's end. She was a thin woman with a long neck and the righteously aggrieved expression of someone who had spent a long time believing that being aggrieved was the same as being right. What's going on? She demanded. What's happened? Harry, what did you say to them? Nothing bad, Harry said. He said it with the automatic speed of someone who had extensive practice defusing that particular question. Mrs. Dursley, Apollon said, turning to face her. She had several inches on Petunia and an immeasurably greater quantity of presence, and the effect of her full attention on a person was something Fleur had observed before and always found instructive. Petunia blinked and took a small involuntary step backward. My name is Apollon Delacour. I am acting in an ICW child welfare capacity. We have completed a medical scan of your ward and found a number of significant concerns. He will be coming with me today while formal proceedings are initiated. You can't just take him, Petunia said, but her voice had lost about 40% of its confidence in the span of one sentence under Apollon's gaze. The ICW child welfare protocol allows for immediate temporary removal in cases of documented harm, Prevost said from behind Apollon, with the comfortable authority of a man citing a document he had written himself. The documentation in this case is substantial. Objections can be filed through the standard legal channels, which I am happy to provide to you in writing. Dumbledore will hear about this, Petunia said, and it was clearly intended as a threat, but it landed differently than she'd intended. Apollin's expression didn't change, but the quality of her stillness shifted into something that Fleur recognized as her mother deciding that a particular name had just moved itself to the top of a very specific list. Yes, Apollin said pleasantly. He will. Harry had drifted to Fleur's side during this exchange, not dramatically, just gravitationally, in the way that people sometimes move toward other people without entirely deciding to. He was slightly shorter than her. He stood with his hands in his pockets and watched his aunt argue with Apollin with the distant expression of someone watching a play they've seen many times and already know the ending of. Does she do that a lot? He asked quietly. Win arguments like that? Always, Fleur said. Good. They stood in companionable silence for a moment. The Veela magic in Fleur's chest had settled from its initial roar into something quieter and steadier, not the frantic recognition of the first moment, but a low, certain warmth, like a candle in a lantern. Present. Stable. Sure. I'm Fleur, she said. Fleur Delacour. Harry Potter. I know. I figured. He paused. Your English is really good. My mother insisted. She said the world speaks too many languages for us to only know our own. She paused. My sister speaks only French and terrible German. How old is your sister? 4. She is absolutely convinced that she is the most important person in any room she enters. The corner of Harry's mouth moved. It wasn't quite a smile, but it was adjacent to one, and Fleur counted it as a victory. What's France like? He asked. Warm, she said. The food is much better than here. Hard bar to clear. She laughed, which surprised both of them. He blinked at the sound of it, and then that near smile came back. Across the room, Petunia Dursley was accepting a stack of official documentation from Prevost with the expression of someone who had realized, gradually and unpleasantly, that she had lost this argument comprehensively before she'd even entered it. Ironclasp was carefully packing the certified copy of Harry's diagnostic record into a sealed Gringotts document case. Fontaine was drafting an emergency communication on ministry-grade parchment. The world was moving, and moving fast, and Harry Potter was standing in the middle of it with his hands in his 2 large pockets, watching, and Fleur thought that if the world had expected him to be frightened, it had badly miscalculated what it was dealing with. Harry, Apollin called. We're ready. Harry looked at Fleur. Then he looked at his aunt, who was gripping her document stack and not looking at him, and something passed briefly across his face, not grief, exactly, but the recognition of an absence where something should have been. He didn't dwell on it. I need to get my things from number 4, he said. We'll go together, Apollin said. Number 4, Privet Drive was precisely as depressing as Fleur had imagined, which was to say it was very clean and very hostile, which was a particular combination. The house smelled like cleaning products and the specific anxiety of people who were very concerned about what the neighbors thought. The things Harry needed to retrieve were contained in the cupboard under the stairs, which Apollin opened and looked into in silence for a moment before closing very gently, as if afraid of what she might say if she kept looking. Harry had a backpack. It held a single set of clothes that actually came close to fitting him, a battered copy of a school textbook, a photograph with nothing in it, blank, as if it had been taken but the person had never quite materialized, and a small toy soldier missing one arm. That was everything. He stuffed the backpack quickly, with practiced efficiency. He'd done this before, Fleur realized. Not packed to leave, but packed to be ready, just in case, in the way that people who've learned not to trust their circumstances kept themselves prepared. Is there anything else you want? Fleur asked. He looked around the cupboard. At the small, neatly made cot. At the single shelf with a broken lock. At the crayon marks on the back of the door that, when you looked closely, were a height chart, small marks tracking the growth of a child, each mark labeled with a year, precise and careful, as if the act of measuring himself was the only way he'd had to confirm he was actually there. "No," he said. They left number 4, Privet Drive, and Harry did not look back at it, and Fleur walked beside him down the neat front path and thought that the most important things about a person were usually visible in the moments they chose not to be sad about something they absolutely had the right to be sad about. The carriages were waiting. Ironclasp's case was secured. Prevost had his documentation. The horses with the pale eyes stood in the last of the afternoon light, patient and alien, and the community center behind them was already being quietly packed down by the Beauxbatons staff. Harry stopped at the carriage door and looked at the horses. "Are those Thestrals?" he asked. Apollon paused. "You can see them? They look like horses, but wrong. Like horses someone drew from memory." He reached out, slowly, and one of the pale-eyed animals extended its long neck toward his hand. The creature made a low sound, something between a breath and a rumble, and pressed its nose to his palm. No one said anything. "They like you," Fleur said. "Animals usually do," Harry said, rubbing the Thestral's nose with the easy comfort of someone who had grown up without much human affection but had found its substitute where available. "People less so." "That will change," Apollon said quietly, and there was a certainty in it that made it less a reassurance and more a statement of intent. Harry looked at her. The evening light caught his eyes and made them look, for a moment, like something precious and very old, something that had been under glass for too long and was finally, tentatively, learning what open air felt like. "You really mean it," he said. "Don't you?" "All of it." "I do not say things I do not mean," Apollon said. "It saves time." He nodded slowly. Then he looked at Fleur, and Fleur looked back, and the compass in her chest settled into its truest pointing, steady and certain and warm. "Okay," Harry said, and climbed into the carriage. Fleur followed. The horses moved, and Little Whinging fell away behind them, and the world ahead was larger than it had been this morning, and brighter, and considerably more complicated, and Harry Potter sat in a carriage going somewhere for the first time in his life without anyone's permission but his own. Outside, the last of the Tuesday's sun hit the rooftops of Surrey and turned them briefly golden, the way light sometimes transforms the most ordinary things into something worth looking at, right before it goes. Ironclasp opened his sealed case and checked the documentation one more time. 41 compounds. 1 dominant signature. He closed the case. The carriages moved toward the Portkey point. Toward France. Toward what came next. Chapter 2, 41 counts. The Delacours estate sat in the Dordogne Valley like it had grown there rather than been built, old pale stone warmed by decades of southern sun, climbing roses along the east wall, a garden that managed to be both wild and deliberate in the way that only very old gardens achieved. The valley below it was green and gold in the late summer light, and the air smelled like lavender and warm earth and something faintly electrical that Fleur knew was the ambient magic of the wards, old and deep and layered like geological strata. Harry stood at the carriage door and looked at it for a long moment. "This is someone's house," he said. "We," Fleur said, stepping down beside him. "Like, a person lives here." "Several persons." "We are those persons." He looked at her. "Your family lives here." "We have established this, yes." Something in his expression was doing complicated arithmetic. Fleur had noticed, in the 2 hours of travel, Portkey to Calais, then a short carriage ride through countryside that got progressively more beautiful as Surrey became a memory, that Harry processed things in stages. He would go quiet, work through something internally, and then surface with a question that cut straight to whatever he'd actually been thinking about. It was efficient. She approved of it. "I'm going to be in the way," he said. "You are not going to be in the way. I don't know anyone here. I don't speak French. Harry." She turned to face him directly. "My mother brought you here. When my mother decides something, it is decided. You are not in the way." You are the point. He looked at her, parsing that, and Fleur realized she'd said more than she'd meant to, or perhaps exactly as much as she'd meant to, depending on how honest she felt like being with herself about it. The front door opened before she could decide, and her father appeared. Jean-Sébastien Delacour was tall and broad-shouldered with dark hair going silver at the temples and the unhurried confidence of a man who worked for the French ministry and had therefore seen most varieties of crisis and learned to respond to them with a quality of deliberate calm that his wife occasionally described as maddening and his daughters found deeply reassuring. He came down the front steps, assessed the situation in about 3 seconds, carriages, iron clasp and his case, Apollin's particular expression, small unfamiliar boy, and then looked at his wife with the patient attention of a man who knew the explanation was coming and had decided to wait for it rather than guess. "Jean," Apollin said, climbing the steps. She kissed him once, firmly, on the cheek. "This is Harry Potter. He'll be staying with us." "Of course," Jean said, without missing a beat. He looked down at Harry and offered his hand with the natural ease of a man who treated every person as a person regardless of circumstance. "Welcome, Harry. You must be hungry." Harry shook the offered hand. He did it properly, not tentative, not aggressive, just a direct handshake, and something told Fleur this was one of those skills he'd quietly taught himself because someone had told him at some point that it mattered. "Thank you, sir." "Jean, please. Are you allergic to anything?" Harry blinked, as if the question was unexpected. "I don't think so." "Good. We'll find out. Come in." The kitchen was warm and smelled like roasting chicken and garlic and fresh bread, and Fleur watched Harry's expression when he walked into it, that careful controlled face doing something it clearly wasn't prepared for, a small involuntary softening, like a muscle that had been clenched for a very long time accidentally relaxing. He sat at the kitchen table when Jean indicated the chair, and Jean put a glass of cold water in front of him immediately, and then a plate of sliced bread with butter and a small dish of olives, and said, "The main meal will be 30 minutes, but start with this," in the matter-of-fact tone of a man who viewed feeding people as a basic act of decency requiring no ceremony. Harry ate. Not frantically, not desperately, carefully, the way someone ate when they'd learned that eating too fast in front of people was noticed and commented on. But he ate steadily, and he finished the bread, and he drank the water, and when Jean refilled the water without comment he drank that too. Apollin had taken Iron Clasp and Prévost to Jean's study, and Fleur, recognizing that the adult conversation happening in that room was going to be significant and that she was unlikely to be admitted to it, stayed at the kitchen table with Harry. Across the table, Harry looked at the olive dish, considered it, and tried one. His expression cycled through uncertainty to surprise to something approaching interest. "Good?" Fleur asked. "Strange," he said. "But good strange. France is mostly good strange." He tried another olive. "Your father's nice." "He is. He is also very smart. Do not let the calm fool you." "What does he do?" "He works for the French Ministry of Magic. External relations, which means he talks to other countries' ministries and also occasionally sorts out things that cannot be put in writing." A pause. "He is very good at both." Harry nodded, filing this. "Then, your mother was the one who organized all that today." "The ICW, the documentation. She had a plan before she even talked to me." "She had a plan before we left the house this morning," Fleur said. "She had concerns about a child in that district. She did not know it would be you specifically, but she came prepared." "How did she have concerns? How did anyone know anything was wrong?" Fleur considered how much to say. The honest answer was complicated, and the truthful version of it would require explaining things about Veela recognition that she was still processing herself. She chose the less complicated component of the honest answer. "Gringotts keeps magical health records on all registered magical children in Britain," she said. "They are the only institution that is not controlled by the British Ministry or Dumbledore's influence. A healer at Gringotts flagged anomalous readings in your file 3 months ago and reported it to the ICW. My mother is on the ICW Child Welfare Advisory Board. The reading was brought to her attention. Harry turned his water glass slowly. So Ironclasp knew something was wrong before we got there. He suspected. He could not confirm without a direct scan. But he was ready for it. He is always ready. It is his most notable quality. Harry was quiet for a moment. The potions, he said. 41 of them. I never felt anything. I mean, I always felt sort of muffled. Like there was something I should be able to do but couldn't quite reach. I thought that was just normal. I thought magic just felt like that for everyone and you sort of learned to push through it. It does not feel like that, Fleur said. Magic should feel like breathing. Natural. Present. Something you do not have to fight for. He absorbed this. I've been fighting for it my whole life and didn't know that was unusual. Yes. A pause. That makes me angry, he said, with the quiet precision of someone identifying an emotion with more accuracy than feeling it yet, because the full size of it hadn't finished arriving. Not sad. Angry. Good, Fleur said. He looked at her. Good. Anger is useful. Sadness makes you small. Anger, if you aim it correctly, makes things change. He studied her for a moment. You're 9, he said. And you're not going to say you're mature for your age, because that is condescending. The corner of his mouth moved again, that almost smile she'd decided to keep collecting. No. I was going to say, you sound like you've thought about this. I think about most things. Yeah. He looked at the olive dish. I can tell. The door to Jean's study was not soundproofed against Fleur's specific combination of proximity, focused intent, and the marginal magical sensitivity she'd had since infancy, and she caught fragments as the evening progressed, her mother's voice, controlled and precise, Ironclasp's gravelled certainty, Prevost's methodical documentation requests, and underneath it all, her father's rare silences, which were more telling than most people's words because Jean Delacour only went silent when he was revising his understanding of something significant. She heard, at one point, her father say, the Flamel precedent? And Ironclasp, applicable, but we want the ICW in Geneva rather than the European body. The British ministry will attempt to intercede. And her mother, let them try. After dinner, which was roast chicken and potatoes and a salad and bread and cheese and fruit, all of which Harry ate with the focused attention of someone experiencing a meal that was both plentiful and good for possibly the first time, Jean showed Harry to a room on the second floor. It had a proper bed. A window that looked out over the valley. A small desk and a wardrobe, and bookshelves that were only partly full, leaving room for things to be added. Jean opened the wardrobe and there were clothes inside, in approximately the right size, not Harry's old enormous things, but actual clothes, jeans and shirts and a warm jumper. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at the room. We had a day's notice, Jean said. We can get more things in the next few days, proper school supplies, books, whatever you need. For tonight, what's here should do. This is, Harry started. Stopped. You didn't have to do all this. We wanted to, Jean said simply. He didn't embellish it or explain it, which Fleur thought was exactly right. Bathroom is the second door on the left. If you need anything in the night, come and find us. Apollon and I are at the end of the hall. Harry nodded. His jaw was set in a way that Fleur recognized, from her father's face sometimes and her own mirror, as the face someone made when they were not going to cry about something. Not from shame but from the private determination to hold it together until they were alone. Thank you, he said. It came out roughly. Jean put a hand briefly on his shoulder, not the managing grip of the Dursley woman, but a light hand, there and gone, the gesture of a man who knew the difference between steadying someone and holding them in place. Then he went back downstairs. Fleur, who had been in the hallway, started to say goodnight. "Fleur," Harry said. She stopped. He was looking at the room. At the bed and the window and the space that was meant to be his. "Why did your magic recognize me?" he asked. He said it quietly, not accusatory, just asking. The way he asked everything, straight and direct, like someone who had decided that clarity was worth more than comfort. Fleur leaned against the doorframe. The honest answer was, she didn't fully know yet. The Veela recognition was not something her mother had explained in detail. There hadn't been time today for that conversation, and Fleur suspected it was going to be a long one when it came. What she knew from fragments and instinct was this: Veela magic was old magic, older than most of the frameworks wizards used to explain the world, and it operated according to its own rules. The recognition, the mate recognition, though Fleur shied away from that word at 9 because it sounded complicated in ways she wasn't ready for, was not about romance or possession. It was about resonance. The Veela magic identified something. A particular quality, a particular depth. "I don't know all of it yet," she said honestly. "But my magic, it recognized you." She searched for the analogy. Like a compass finding north. It doesn't explain the north. It just knows where it is. Harry looked at her. "And I'm north." "You are north," she confirmed. He sat down on the edge of the bed. The mattress took his weight with the gentle solidity of a good mattress, and something about the simple fact of that seemed to land on him in a way that several more dramatic things hadn't. "Is it?" He paused, choosing words. "Is it a problem? For you?" "No," she said. "It surprised me. But no." She considered. "It feels like something being right. That is the best I can explain it." He nodded slowly. "Okay. Are you all right with it? With me?" A long pause. "I don't know you yet," he said carefully. "No. But I think I want to," he added, and it was so straightforward and unguarded that it clearly cost him something to say, and Fleur understood that for someone who had spent his entire life having everything he said examined for problems, saying a true thing simply was an act of considerable courage. "Then we have time," she said. "Go to sleep, Harry." She pulled the door most of the way shut. In her own room, 2 doors down, she lay on her back in the dark and listened to the valley and felt the compass needle turn, steady and certain, and thought that north was apparently a person, and that people were considerably more complicated than directions, and that she was 9 years old and her Veela magic had made a decision that would shape the rest of her life, and the strangest part of all of it was that she wasn't frightened. She was, if she was being precise, and Fleur was always precise, entirely and completely sure. The morning came clear and warm, and with it came Gabrielle. Fleur's younger sister was 4 years old and physically incapable of quiet entry into any situation. She arrived at the breakfast table in a state of high energy and silver-blonde disarray, registered the presence of an unknown boy eating toast at her table, and pointed at him with the direct accusatory energy of a small child confronting an anomaly. "Who is that?" she demanded, in French. "Harry," Fleur said. "He's staying with us." Gabrielle assessed Harry with the forensic attention of a 4-year-old who had strong opinions. Harry assessed her back with the wariness of someone who had never successfully interacted with small children because no one had ever given him the opportunity to practice. "Can he understand me?" Gabrielle asked. "Not yet," Fleur said. Gabrielle switched to English, which she spoke with tremendous confidence and approximately 40% accuracy. "Hello. I am Gabrielle. This is my house." "I know," Harry said gravely. "Your sister told me." Gabrielle looked at Fleur with the expression of someone who had expected an advantage and found it neutralized. Then she climbed into the chair beside Harry with the pragmatic decisiveness of a child who had assessed the situation and chosen her position. "You are small," she told Harry. Yes, he agreed. I am also small. We can be small together. Harry looked at her, and something in his face went soft in a way that it hadn't for adults, not even for Apollon and Jean who'd been genuinely kind. It was the particular softness of someone encountering guileless affection for the first time and not knowing what to do with it except receive it carefully. Deal, he said. Apollon came down 20 minutes later with the expression of a woman who had spent the night engaged in focused productive rage and arrived at its actionable endpoint. She sat across from Harry with coffee and looked at him steadily. I spoke at length with Ironclasp and Prevost last night, she said. And with Jean. I want to explain to you what happens next, and I want you to understand all of it. Harry put down his toast. Okay. The ICW filing was made this morning, Geneva, as I said. It is formal and documented and cannot be unfiled. The Gringotts diagnostic report is sealed and certified. These two things together make it very difficult for anyone to make what happened to you simply go away. She paused. However, difficult is not impossible. There are people who will try. Dumbledore, Harry said. He is one. There are likely others. The potions that Ironclasp flagged came from multiple sources, and at least two of those sources have significant political connections within the British ministry. She set down her coffee. The next step is a formal ICW hearing. It will take approximately 6 to 8 weeks to schedule and prepare. Until then, you will remain here, with us, under ICW temporary guardianship. Dumbledore will be notified of the proceedings, as will the British ministry. They will have legal representation. What happens at the hearing? The evidence is presented. Ironclasp testifies. Prevost submits documentation. And you, if you choose to and only if you choose to, can speak. She held his gaze. No one will force you to. I'll speak, Harry said immediately. Apollon nodded as if she'd expected nothing else. In the meantime, you are here, you are safe, and you are, by every measure I've encountered, quite significantly behind in your magical education because your core has been suppressed since infancy. A brief pause. We're going to fix that. How behind am I? The honest answer is that we don't know yet, because Ironclasp needs time to assess the full extent of the suppression and its impact on your development. But the preliminary estimate, she chose her words carefully. The preliminary estimate is that your core, without suppression, is substantial enough that several years of private tutoring will bring you to, and possibly past, the expected standard for your year. Harry was quiet for a moment. Several years, he said. That means, I'm not going to Hogwarts on schedule, am I? You would be 12 by the time most children start at 11. 1 year delayed. We can petition for a waiver of the age requirement given the exceptional circumstances. Beauxbatons has offered to provide interim enrollment. You could attend here while your core stabilizes and receive formal teaching. Harry nodded slowly. There was something moving through his expression, calculation, adjustment, the rapid resettlement of expectations. And the Dursleys? Under ICW temporary guardianship, the Dursley household has no legal standing regarding your whereabouts. They have been notified. A brief pause. Your Uncle Vernon called the British ministry this morning. What did the ministry say? They are, Apollon's expression shifted to something that was almost amused, in a cold way. They are currently very confused. The ICW moving directly on a British magical child without their involvement first is unusual. They are consulting with their legal division. By the time they've finished consulting, our filing will be so thoroughly documented that removing you from our care would require overturning 3 separate international treaties. Fleur, listening from the kitchen doorway with a piece of toast in her hand, decided that her mother was genuinely the most competent person she knew. Harry looked like he was thinking the same thing, but with the additional layer of someone who wasn't used to competence being deployed in his direction. Thank you, he said. For all of this. Harry, Apollon said, with a directness that cut clean. You will stop thanking me. What I am doing is not a favor. It is a response to an injustice. The appropriate response to injustice is not gratitude. It is action. She stood. Drink your juice. Ironclasp arrives at 10 to discuss your core rehabilitation schedule. She walked out of the kitchen, and Harry stared after her, and Fleur caught his eye from the doorway. She grows on you, Fleur offered. I already like her, he said, with a kind of simple certainty that Fleur thought her mother, had she heard it, would have pretended not to be moved by and absolutely would have been. Ironclasp arrived at 10 with a case of diagnostic instruments and a rehabilitation schedule that he delivered in the tone of a surgeon briefing a patient, comprehensive, specific, and delivered with the understanding that the person receiving it was intelligent enough to handle the full truth. The suppression potions, he explained, needed to clear Harry's system before his core could begin normal development. This would happen naturally over approximately 8 to 12 weeks as Harry's body metabolized them without new doses. However, there were accelerant compounds Ironclasp could administer that would reduce this to 4 to 6 weeks, if Harry chose. What are the side effects? Harry asked. Ironclasp looked at him with what might have been appreciation. Headaches. Some fatigue. Possible minor accidental magic surges as the core begins to access its actual range. What kind of surges? Windows may break, Ironclasp said. Small fires. Objects moving. Nothing immediately dangerous, but I recommend warning the household. Consider us warned, Jean said from the corner, where he'd been reading the documentation with the quiet focus of someone building a comprehensive legal picture. I'll take the accelerant, Harry said. I expected as much. Ironclasp had already prepared it. The weeks that followed were unlike anything Fleur had experienced and, she suspected, unlike anything Harry had experienced either, which was the point of them. Harry's days settled into a rhythm that was new for both of them. Mornings with Ironclasp were the private tutor Apollon engaged, a retired Beauxbatons professor named Claudette Morneau, small and precise with spectacles she wore on a chain, who assessed Harry on his first day with the thoroughness of an academic confronting an interesting problem and declared him an extraordinary mind in an extraordinarily neglected body, with the cheerful severity of someone delivering this as motivation rather than judgment. Harry's academic knowledge was uneven in the way of someone who had taught himself, deep in some places, startlingly absent in others. He could read 3 years ahead of his age in English, could do mental arithmetic faster than most adults, had absorbed extraordinary amounts of information from whatever books he'd been able to access. In magic, he knew almost nothing formal, but he had instincts that Morneau called structural, an intuitive grasp of how spells functioned that most students only developed after years of practice. He understands it architecturally, Morneau told Apollon, on the second week. He has never been taught the form, but he understands the function. Give me 1 year and he will be doing 4th-year work. Apollon, who had not been surprised by this, nodded and updated her timeline. Afternoons were less structured. Fleur had decided, with the decisive confidence of a 9-year-old who had fully committed to a course of action, that her job was to teach Harry France, which meant teaching him the language, the food, the landscape, and the general concept of enjoying things. The language first, because it was the most immediately practical. Harry was an uncanny mimic, he heard the rhythm of French before he understood the words, and within 2 weeks was constructing sentences with an accent that Fleur's mother called acceptable and Fleur called perfectly good, maman. Within the month he was holding simple conversations, and his French had the slightly odd quality of someone who had learned it primarily from an intelligent 9-year-old, which meant his vocabulary was strong in areas like arguing, describing landscapes, discussing food, and making dry observations, and weaker in areas of formal or professional language. Fleur considered this a reasonable trade-off. They spent afternoons in the garden, in the valley, along the river that ran at the bottom of the Delacours property in a shallow rushing curve through smooth stones. Harry learned, in these weeks, to do things he had apparently never had the opportunity to do, to swim, badly at first, then adequately, then with genuine enjoyment, to kick a football around the garden without worrying about doing it wrong, to eat in the sun without rushing, to be still without being braced for something. The accidental magic started in the third week, as Ironclasp had predicted. The first time, it was a window, the study window, which shattered outward into the garden with a clean crack while Harry was working through an exercise Morneau had set him, and Harry came out of his chair and had his hands up and his eyes hard before Fleur, who'd been sitting across from him, could say anything. "Harry," she said. He looked at her. Then at the window. Then at his own hands. "That was me," he said. "Yes. I was thinking about the exercise and I felt something move in my chest and," he stared at the broken glass glittering on the garden stones. "That was my magic." "Yes," she said again. He stood very still for a moment, and Fleur watched something change in his face, not drama, not performance, just a quiet and fundamental shift, like a door opening in a room that had been locked for so long the person had forgotten it was there. It felt, he pressed his hand to his sternum, the same way Fleur had, that first morning in the community center. It felt real. Like it was actually mine. "It is yours," she said. "It was always yours." He looked at her. The green eyes were bright with something that was not quite tears, not quite laughter, but existed somewhere in the charged space between the two. "Yeah," he said. And then, softly, with a warmth in his voice that she hadn't heard before, "Yeah, it is." Gabrielle, who had been in the garden when the window broke, appeared at the window frame with glass in her hair and an expression of delighted outrage. "Harry did magic," she announced. "A big one. There is glass everywhere." "I know," Harry said. "Sorry, Gabby." Non, it was excellent." She held up a piece of glass like a trophy. "Can you do it again?" "Gabrielle," Fleur said. "I am just asking." The windows held for the rest of that week, but only barely. 3 weeks into Harry's stay, the letter arrived. It came on a Sunday, delivered not by owl but by a magical courier, a sealed British Ministry envelope with secondary seals from Hogwarts and, notably, the personal wax seal of the headmaster. It was addressed to Harry James Potter in a flowing hand that managed to convey both warmth and authority even in penmanship. Jean intercepted it, which was within his rights under the ICW temporary guardianship arrangement, and brought it to the breakfast table with the measured neutrality of a man presenting information without editorializing. Harry looked at the envelope. He picked it up, turned it over, looked at the seal. "Should I read it?" he asked. "That is your decision," Jean said. Harry opened it. It was 2 pages in the same flowing hand. Fleur, sitting beside him, did not read over his shoulder because she'd been raised better than that, and also because Harry's face was reading like a text she could follow directly. His expression cycled through several things. First, something that might have been the reflex of a child encountering the expected warm authority of someone who'd been presented to him as a protector, a slight softening, the pull of conditioned trust. Then something more assessing. Then something that went sharp and still. He put the letter down after the second page. "He says," Harry said carefully, "that he's been informed of my temporary situation, and that he's been working behind the scenes for my welfare and safety since the night my parents died. That everything he's done has been to protect me. That he knows it looks like it wasn't, but there were very serious magical threats that required very serious protections." He paused. "He says the potion compounds were a necessary safeguard against detection by those threats." A silence. "He says protecting me required that I not stand out," Harry continued, still in that careful voice. "He says he intends to explain everything as soon as we can meet face to face, and he hopes I won't judge the actions of a very difficult situation before I hear the full picture." Another pause. "He signs it with deepest affection and the sincerest hope for your understanding." Jean said nothing. Apollon, who had come in during the reading, had that geological expression again, the dense, pressurized quiet of someone who had already processed her fury overnight and arrived at pure, cold clarity. Harry folded the letter precisely along its original lines. He set it on the table. "He says the potions were to protect me," he said. "But Ironclasp said some of them were magical suppression compounds specifically. Not compounds that would hide a magical signature from threats. Compounds that would reduce my core's capacity." He looked at his hands. The hands of a boy who'd been cleaning houses and weeding gardens since he was old enough to hold a trowel, and who was now, 6 weeks after the accelerant treatment had begun its work, producing ambient magical warmth that Morneau had measured at twice the expected level for his age and rising. "That's not protection. That's something else." "Yes," Apollon said. "It is." "He's not stupid," Harry said. "He knows Ironclasp's report. He knows what the compounds are. He's smart enough to construct an explanation that sounds like protection." He looked at the letter. "He's smart enough to know I might believe it if I haven't thought it through carefully first." "You have thought it through carefully," Jean said, with the quiet pride of someone witnessing a mind doing exactly what it was designed to do. "Yeah." Harry pushed the letter toward Apollon. "For the hearing." She took it. "Can I train this morning?" Harry asked Fleur. "With the wand work Morneau left for me?" "She left it for independent practice, yes." "Good." He stood up, finished his orange juice, and looked at his hands one more time. "I want to see how far I can push it today." He walked out of the kitchen and across the garden toward the practice space Morneau had designated near the old stone wall at the garden's edge, and Fleur watched him go, this boy 9 years old and still too thin, walking with a new quality in his step that hadn't been there in Little Whinging, something that wasn't quite confidence yet but was its immediate predecessor, the specific purposefulness of a person who has identified what they are and decided to become it completely. Gabrielle appeared at Fleur's elbow. "Is Harry going to do more magic?" "Yes," Fleur said. "Can we watch?" Fleur looked at her mother, who had the letter in her hand and was already drafting a response in her head, and her father, who was making notes on the latest Gringotts legal brief, and the kitchen that smelled like coffee and morning sun, and the garden beyond the window where Harry was setting up Morneau's practice targets with the neat competence of someone who had decided that if the world had spent 9 years trying to make him less, he intended to spend the next 9 making himself considerably more. "Yes," Fleur said. "We can watch." They went out into the morning together, and Fleur sat on the stone wall, and Gabrielle sat beside her and swung her feet, and Harry stood 20 feet away with his wand, a proper wand, not the one Dumbledore had arranged for him but one Morneau had sourced through proper channels, 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather, which had lit with a warmth and responsiveness that had made the wandmaker go quiet for a moment, and he looked at the practice targets and then he looked at his wand, and the compass in Fleur's chest steadied to its truest pointing, and Harry cast his first fully unrestrained spell. It hit the target at the center. The stone wall behind it cracked from the impact. Gabrielle cheered. Harry turned to look at Fleur with an expression that was not quite disbelief and not quite wonder but was the place where those two things met, and Fleur sat on the wall in the morning sun and felt the Veela magic settle warm and certain in her chest and thought, yes, there it is, that's the thing the compass knew. Inside the house, Apollon was writing to the ICW legal team in Geneva, and Jean was drafting a request for expedited hearing scheduling, and Ironclasp's latest assessment sat on the desk with the compound count ticking downward, 36, 31, 24, and in 6 weeks there would be a hearing where Albus Dumbledore would have to answer for 41 separate counts of a crime he had dressed up as Care, and Harry Potter was standing in a garden in the Dordogne Valley hitting targets with a magic that had always been enormous and was now, for the first time, entirely his own. The crack in the stone wall smoked gently in the summer air. Harry looked at it, then at his wand. "Again," he said quietly, to no one in particular. And he cast again. Chapter 3, The weight of a name. Hogwarts in September had a specific quality of light that existed nowhere else, the way the morning came off the lake in sheets of cold silver, the way the castle caught it and threw it back amber and old gold from the towers. It was the kind of place that looked like it had been designed specifically to make 11-year-olds feel small. Harry Potter was 12, and he did not feel small. He stood at the front of the boat as it crossed the lake with the other first years, who were mostly 11 and genuinely overwhelmed, and he looked at the castle with the assessment of someone who had spent the last 2 years learning that impressive things were not the same as trustworthy things, and that the most important question you could ask about any institution was not how old is it but who does it serve. Beside him, in the same boat, a red-haired boy named Ron Weasley was talking. He had been talking since King's Cross, where they'd met on the platform, or rather, where Ron had appeared at Harry's elbow with the practiced ease of a social introduction that felt slightly too comfortable for a first meeting, as if the angles had been planned. He had red hair and an open face and a quality of cheerful enthusiasm that was, in most respects, entirely genuine, which made it harder rather than easier to identify the parts that weren't. "You'll want to be in Gryffindor," Ron was saying now, for approximately the 4th time, in the satisfied tone of someone delivering wisdom. "Our whole family's been in Gryffindor. It's the best house, not that I'm biased." "Well, maybe a bit." He grinned. "Slytherin's the worst, obviously. Bunch of dark wizard types. Ravenclaw's all right if you like studying, Hufflepuff's nice but no one really. Who told you I was going to be here?" Harry asked. Ron blinked. "Sorry? You walked straight up to me on the platform. You knew my name before I said it. You know that I arrived at King's Cross from the International Portkey Point, which isn't common knowledge. You've been, very smoothly, suggesting houses and warning me off certain ones for the past 3 hours." Harry looked at him. The look was not unfriendly, it was just direct, and Ron, who seemed to have been expecting something different, went slightly pink. "Who briefed you?" A pause. Ron's mouth opened, closed. "I'm not accusing you of anything," Harry continued, with the particular calm of someone who had learned from Apollon Delacour that accusations were less effective than accurate observations. "I'm asking who told you to be friendly to me, and what they told you I was supposed to be like." The pink deepened. Ron looked at the water. "My mum," he finally said, which had the bruised quality of the actual truth. She said you'd be on the platform and that it would be good for you to have a friend straight away, and that," he stopped. "And that I'd be, what? Overwhelmed? Grateful for the attention?" Ron looked genuinely uncomfortable now, which was distinct from guilty, and Harry registered the distinction. Ron had done what he was told by someone he trusted. The intent was his mother's, and the question of her intent was the interesting one. "Look," Harry said, "I'm not angry at you. You seem like a decent person. And I actually don't mind talking to you. But I'd rather talk to you as yourself than as whatever version of yourself someone prepped to meet me." He paused. "So, do you want to start over?" "I'm Harry." Ron looked at him for a moment. Something in his expression settled from defensive into something more authentic. "Ron," he said. Then, after a beat, "Your accent is a bit French. I've spent the last 2 years in France." That tracks, actually. Our dad mentioned the ICW thing. The whole of the ministry's been in a state about it." He paused. "Is it true you hit a stone wall from 20 feet and left a crack in it? Because Fred and George have been telling everyone that and I didn't know if..." "Yes," Harry said. Ron stared at him. "Brilliant," he said, with a sincerity that had nothing prepared about it, and Harry decided that Ron Weasley was, under the scripted introduction, probably fine. The boats touched shore. They filed up the steps, and a tall woman in emerald robes was waiting at the top. Professor McGonagall was the sort of person who had been born, Harry thought, specifically for the moment of standing at the top of a staircase and assessing people over reading glasses. She looked at the first years filing in with the practiced eye of someone who had spent 40 years sorting children into categories and was still interested in the edge cases. Her gaze paused on Harry for a fraction of a second longer than the others. He held it. She moved on without comment. The great hall was everything it had been described to him, magically lit, enchanted ceiling open to a cloudy September sky, for long tables and the high staff table at the front. Harry walked in and looked at the staff table with the methodical attention Morneau had trained in him, because 2 years of private education with a former Beauxbatons professor who treated situational awareness as a subject of study had left their mark. The staff table held people he'd been briefed on. Flitwick, Sprout, Vector, Sinistra, names and roles and, more importantly, independent reputations. McGonagall, whose integrity was documented and genuine. Quirrell at the defense position, who had, according to Beauxbatons' intelligence that Apollon had shared with Harry before he left, returned from a sabbatical abroad, markedly changed, in ways that his colleagues found difficult to specify. He was wearing a purple turban and sat very still, and his eyes moved wrong, not erratically, but with a quality of doubled attention, as if a second pair was watching from behind his. Harry looked at him for 3 seconds, filed it, and looked away. Dumbledore sat at the center of the staff table in magnificent purple robes with a benevolent smile that could have been painted there. He had the comfortable authority of a man who had occupied a position for so long that the position had shaped itself around him, and there was something almost gravitational about his presence, the kind of person who attracted trust the way certain flowers attracted insects, by being exactly the shape trust expected. He had not looked at Harry yet. Harry looked at him for a moment, then deliberately looked away first. He stood with the first years as the sorting hat was carried out on its stool, and listened to its song, and thought about categories and what it meant that someone had decided the sorting of children into tribes was a foundational tradition worth preserving for 1,000 years. The hat was called to students alphabetically. Harry watched them approach. Most came back to their tables with expressions of relief. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor with a kind of vindicated confidence that suggested she'd already known and was mainly relieved to have the formality completed. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor looking surprised and quietly pleased. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin looking entirely unsurprised. Malfoy had looked at Harry when the names were being read, the way someone looked at a piece of contested territory. Harry had looked back with the polite neutrality of someone who had learned from Apollon that showing no reaction was more unsettling to certain kinds of people than showing any reaction at all. Malfoy had looked away first. Potter, Harry. The hall went, not quiet, because it had been quiet, but quieter, the particular hush of a large group of people simultaneously deciding to pay attention. Harry walked to the stool and sat, and the hat came down over his eyes and he was in the dark. Said a voice in his ear. Not in the hall's darkness but directly, specifically, in his mind. Now this is something I don't often see. I'd imagine not, Harry thought back. 2 years later than expected. 2 years changed. I'll tell you what I see, shall I? A pause, riffling through his mind like a reader skimming for the interesting chapters. Courage, yes, that's there. Genuine article, not the performed kind. Intelligence, extraordinary, actually, the kind that isn't just knowledge but structural, you understand how things connect. Loyalty, yes, though selective, not the unquestioning kind. And ambition, not for power, exactly, more the ambition of someone who has been told what they are and intends to demonstrate that was wrong. Another pause. You know what I was going to say? Gryffindor, Harry thought. But you're hesitating. Not hesitating. Deciding. Because Gryffindor is true, your courage is genuine. But Ravenclaw is also true, and Slytherin is not as untrue as people would like, and Hufflepuff, your loyalty is earned by almost no one yet, but the capacity is extraordinary. A beat. Where do you want to go, Harry? Where will I be most useful? That's not how the question usually goes. I know. That's why I'm asking it. A longer pause. Gryffindor has the people who will matter most in what's coming. It also has the people who will try your patience most severely, which may be instructive. Something that might have been a hat's approximation of amusement. It also has Dumbledore's closest attention, which is a double-edged thing as you know better than most. Then Gryffindor, Harry said. Better to be watched than ignored. Gryffindor, the hat announced, and the hall erupted, and Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down, and the noise was tremendous, and he looked at the staff table and found Dumbledore's blue eyes already on him, warm and measuring in equal parts, and Harry met them with the steady composure of someone who had spent 2 years learning that the most powerful thing you could do in a room was refuse to be the one who looked away first. Dumbledore smiled. Harry did not. The feast was extraordinary, and Harry ate with the genuine enthusiasm of someone who had spent 2 years eating excellent French food and had now discovered that British cooking, at least in this specific context, was attempting to make amends for its general reputation. Ron sat beside him and talked about food with the knowledgeable passion of someone from a large family where meals were events, and Hermione Granger, who had sat across from them, divided her attention between eating and reading a small book she'd produced from somewhere, which Harry appreciated because it meant the conversation wasn't obligatory. "You don't seem nervous," Ron said. "I've been in France for 2 years," Harry said. "The French take terrifying things very calmly. It rubs off." Hermione looked up from her book. "You're the one who was in the ICW case," she said. It wasn't a question. The Dumbledore hearing. It was in the Prophet, well, the French wizarding press, the Prophet barely covered it. "My parents get the international editions." "Yes," Harry said. That was, she stopped herself, which suggested she had an opinion she decided might be premature for a first meeting. "Go ahead," Harry said. She looked at him. "Brave," she said. "And strategically intelligent. The way the case was built, the Gringotts documentation before anyone could contest it, the ICW Geneva filing bypassing the British ministry, using the temporary guardianship as a stabilizing measure, that was very careful work." "That was a Fleur Delacour and iron clasp," Harry said. "And you," she said. "You spoke at the hearing." "Yes. The account you gave was extremely specific and very hard to refute. It had the quality of someone who knew they only had one shot and wanted it to land correctly." She looked back at her book, then up again. "I read the French press transcript. You were very good." Harry looked at her. "You read the French transcript?" "I learned enough French to get through it, yes." "Because you were interested in the case?" "Because I was interested in you," she said, with the straightforward matter-of-factness of someone who had decided that pretending otherwise was inefficient. "You're Harry Potter and something genuinely unusual had happened to you and I like to be informed." She paused. "I'm Hermione Granger." "I know," Harry said. "You answered 4 questions correctly on the train before the professor's quiz was halfway through." "I was reading the textbooks on the platform," she said, without apology. "Good system," he said. Ron looked between them with the expression of someone watching a tennis match being played in a language he was still learning. "Are you both always going to be like this?" he asked. "Like what?" Harry said. "Like, very." He gestured vaguely. "Very a lot, at everything." "Probably," Harry said. "Brilliant," Ron said, and meant it. The common room was warm with firelight, and most of the first years were too exhausted from the emotional weight of the day to be anything but quiet and wide-eyed. Percy Weasley, Ron's prefect brother, had shown them up and delivered a speech about rules with the earnest authority of someone who took their badge very seriously, and the older students had drifted in after the feast and taken their customary positions, a self-organizing ecosystem Harry catalogued automatically. Fred and George Weasley materialized beside Harry with the synchronicity of people who had been waiting for a moment. "Harry Potter," Fred said. "The actual Harry Potter," George confirmed. "Who has been living in France. Learning to be intimidating. Which, to be clear, is working." Harry looked at them. "Do you two always do that?" "Always," they said together, and grinned. "Fred, George," Harry said, because Ron had pointed them out on the platform. "Fred's the one who holds back a half-second before committing to something. George is the one who commits first and adjusts after." A brief silence. "How did you?" Fred started. "Ron talked about you on the train. I paid attention." Harry paused. Also, you've been sitting in that corner for the last 20 minutes watching me. You can ask the question you actually want to ask. George looked at Fred. Fred looked at George. They looked at Harry with something that had graduated from testing to genuine interest. The stone wall, George said. From 20 feet. Yes. With what spell? It wasn't a spell. It was raw cast. Another silence, this one more significant. Raw, Fred said carefully. Without form. I've been working on form for the past year and a half. The raw cast was earlier in my training, before Morneau had me working the formal structures. Harry paused. The formal structured work is more accurate, but the raw expression is what cracked the wall. How much control do you have now? George asked. Enough, Harry said. Scale of 1 to 10. I don't use that scale. It implies a ceiling. He looked at them both. I know what you're thinking about. Whatever it is you're building or planning, come and talk to me properly. Not tonight, but soon. Fred and George exchanged a look that had something in it Fleur would have recognized immediately, the expression of people who had just found something genuinely surprising and intended to examine it closely. We'll be back, Fred said. I know, Harry said. From across the common room, Ron was watching this with the expression of someone recalibrating several things simultaneously. Hermione had already gone to bed with a first-year schedule tucked under her arm and what Harry suspected was a list of questions she intended to research before morning. Neville Longbottom appeared at Harry's elbow, tentative but not quite as tentative as he'd looked during the sorting. Hi, he said. I'm Neville. I know. You were brilliant at the sorting, you talked the hat into it. Harry had watched Neville's conversation with the hat from the way his lips moved, the small shift in his expression from resignation to surprise to determination. Most people just let it decide. Neville blinked. Yeah. I was in Hufflepuff for about 10 seconds in my head and then I thought, no, I wanted to be where he stopped. Your dad was Gryffindor, Harry said. He knew the broad strokes of significant wizarding families from 2 years of study, and the Longbottoms were significant. And your mum? Something complicated moved through Neville's face. Yeah. A pause. The fire crackled. My parents were killed, Harry said. Not gently, not bluntly, just as a statement of fact shared between two people who understood a particular kind of absence. I've been told it gets easier to carry, but not smaller. Neville looked at him with an expression that was complicated in a different way. They're not, they're alive, he said, very quietly. But they don't know me. Saint Mungo's. The Cruciatus. A pause. Sometimes I think that's harder than, he stopped himself. No, Harry said. Don't qualify it. It's hard for its own reasons. The comparison doesn't help anyone. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then, everyone keeps saying you're going to be this amazing hero and I don't know what that means for normal people around you. Like, are we just going to be in your orbit? I'm not planning on having an orbit, Harry said. I'm planning on going to school and learning things and dealing with whatever comes up. You can do that next to me if you want. Neville looked at him, and the tentativeness was still there but it had acquired something else underneath it, something that was making the decision to be tentative as a habit rather than a response. Okay, Neville said. Good. Harry stood. I'm going to bed. The train was long and tomorrow's schedule looks dense. He paused. Good hat argument, Neville. Neville almost smiled. Thanks. Classes established themselves in the first week with the clarity of a landscape seen from a height. Charms was immediately interesting. Flitwick taught with a precision and genuine passion that made magic feel like physics, which Harry found intuitive. Transfiguration was McGonagall, who ran her classroom with the focused rigor of someone who respected the subject too much to let it be treated casually, and who had looked at Harry on the first day with the particular attention of someone reassessing assumptions. The assessment moment came on Tuesday, third period. McGonagall had set them to turning matchsticks into needles, standard first-year work, patience and intent and basic form. Most of the class was struggling. Hermione had achieved a partial transformation in the first 5 minutes. Harry sat with his matchstick and felt the spell's structure in his mind. Morneau had taught him not to reach for the incantation first but to feel the shape of what he wanted, to let the magic hear the intention before the word gave it form. He cast. The matchstick became a needle, not just silver, not just sharp, but with the precise calibrated width and point of a surgical needle, exact to a standard that Harry had visualized because vague results had never appealed to him. McGonagall walked past. She stopped. She looked at the needle for a moment. Then she picked it up and examined it. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Professor. This is significantly beyond the expected result for this exercise." "I visualized specifically rather than generally," Harry said. "The magic follows the intent. If the intent is vague, the result is vague." She looked at him over her glasses. "Where did you learn that principle?" "Professor Morneau." "At Beauxbatons. Claudette Morneau taught you?" "For 2 years, yes." McGonagall set the needle down with the careful precision of a woman rearranging her understanding of a situation. "Can you tell me," she said, in a quieter register, "the core principle behind conjuration versus transfiguration?" And Harry told her, clearly and correctly, at a level that was approximately 4 years past first-year work. The class had gone quiet. McGonagall, for her part, maintained her expression through professional competence, but Fleur had once described Harry's ability to recite things as occasionally alarming, even for me, and watching McGonagall absorb the full scope of what she was dealing with had a quality that was instructive. "I see," McGonagall said, and there was more in that than 2 words usually contained. She straightened. "Class will continue with the standard exercise. Mr. Potter, you will come and see me after dinner today." "Yes, Professor." She walked back to the front. Hermione looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts impressed and competitive, which Harry found refreshing because competitive was honest and he could work with honest. Ron was staring at his matchstick with the expression of someone who had just made peace with the fact that his study groups were going to be very high-achieving. Defense against the dark arts was last on Wednesday, and Harry had been thinking about it since Monday. Quirrell's classroom had the faint smell of garlic, which several students found amusing. Quirrell himself moved with the nervous, hesitant energy of someone performing nervousness, good performance, nearly complete, with only the eyes wrong. The eyes held a quality of still, ancient assessment that had nothing nervous in it, and they swept the class on entry with the thoroughness of something cataloging rather than teaching. They paused on Harry. Harry looked back at Quirrell with the same expression he'd used for Dumbledore, steady, present, uninformative, and felt something that wasn't quite a headache but was in the neighborhood of one, a pressure at the front of his skull that hadn't been there before he entered the room. He noted it, kept his expression unchanged, and sat down. "The class will begin," Quirrell said, in his performed stammer, with a discussion of, "Can I ask a question?" Harry said. Quirrell's eyes came to him. The stammer didn't appear. "Yes? What's your view on the statute of secrecy's limitations on defensive application in a live scenario? Specifically, if a magical threat is present and an underage wizard is the only available respondent, does the trace restriction apply?" The room was quiet. Hermione had looked up from her notes with the expression of someone identifying a question that had several layers. Quirrell looked at Harry for a moment. The expression underneath the nervous performance was, briefly, more visible. "An interesting question, Mr. Potter. We'll address the statute in our 3rd unit." "Of course," Harry said pleasantly, and wrote something in his notes. What he wrote was, "Doesn't know the answer or doesn't want to give it. Assess which." After class, walking down the corridor, Ron fell into step beside him. "What was that about?" Testing, Harry said. Testing what? How he responds when a student shows more knowledge than expected. A real defense teacher enjoys it. Someone who's there for a different reason gets. Harry paused. Careful. Ron looked back over his shoulder at the closed classroom door. You think there's something wrong with him? I think there's something in that classroom beyond one person, Harry said. And I think whatever it is, it's been there since before the garlic. Ron was quiet for a moment. I believe you, he said. Is that insane? I just believe you. No, Harry said. It's observant. The letter from Fleur arrived Thursday, delivered by a large French owl named Voltaire who had the bearing of a bird who found English weather personally offensive. The letter was written in the mix of French and English that had become their natural register with each other over 2 years, French for feelings, English for facts, sometimes both in the same sentence when precision required it. The house is very quiet. Gabrielle has decided you are still present because she refuses to acknowledge absence. She has been setting your place at dinner. Maman has told her once that you are at school and will write, and Gabrielle has said, I know, and continued setting the place. I have decided not to argue with her reasoning. The Beauxbatons' 3rd years are very serious this year, which means they are taking themselves too seriously, which means the 4th year I have been tutoring has more material than he knows what to do with. I digress. Tell me about the school. Tell me about the people. Tell me specifically about Quirrell because I told you what Beauxbatons' intelligence said and I want to know if your read matches mine. Also tell me if Dumbledore has attempted contact yet. Maman says the British Ministry filed a formal objection to the ICW hearing ruling. She said they can file whatever they like, and went back to her correspondence. Papa added something in a low voice that I did not hear but that made Maman smile in that way that is also not a smile, so it was probably accurate. Right back. Voltaire hates England and the sooner he is home the better for everyone's temperament. Harry wrote back in the space of 5 minutes, sitting on the windowsill in the corridor outside the Ollery while Voltaire waited with aristocratic impatience. The school is extraordinary and strange. McGonagall is excellent. Flitwick is genuine. Sprout seems kind. The history of magic professor is literally a ghost which explains a great deal about British magical education. Quirrell, your read is right. There is something else present. Not just influence, something occupying the same space. I've felt the pressure 3 times now, each time in his proximity. Morneau's detection exercises are paying off. Dumbledore has not approached me directly. He looked at me during the feast with the expression of a man revising his timeline, which means he expected to speak to me earlier and something changed his schedule. I don't know what changed it yet. I intend to find out. Ron Weasley was clearly prepped to befriend me, knows it, has been honest about it, and is turning out to be genuinely good company when he's being himself. Hermione Granger read the French transcript of the ICW hearing. I like her a great deal. Neville Longbottom is in a harder situation than most people realize and handles it better than most people would. Tell Gabrielle I'll write her separately, in the French she taught me, and she can correct my grammar if she wants. Tell your mother the British Ministry's objection won't land and she knows it. He sent Voltaire off, and the owl departed with the visible relief of something escaping jurisdiction, and Harry sat for a moment on the windowsill with the lake visible in the distance and the sky overhead doing something complicated with autumn clouds. Then he heard footsteps. Not random footsteps, deliberate ones, with the specific rhythm of someone who had decided to have a conversation and was choosing the moment carefully. Harry stayed on the windowsill and waited. Dumbledore appeared at the end of the corridor with the unhurried ease of a man who went exactly where he meant to go. Harry, he said warmly. As if the hearing hadn't happened. As if the 41 compounds hadn't been catalogued and certified and presented before an ICW panel where Harry had sat and given testimony for 2 hours in a cold formal room in Geneva with Apollon on his left and Iron Clasp on his right and Dumbledore 3 seats away being represented by a legal team whose lead counsel had the expression of someone defending a charge they privately believed was fair. "Headmaster," Harry said. Dumbledore came closer and stopped at a conversational distance with his hands loosely together in the manner of someone inviting rather than requiring. "I wonder if you might walk with me. I have some things I'd like to discuss with you." "I have a class in 20 minutes, Harry said. "This won't take long. Then we can walk." They walked. The castle moved around them in its comfortable, labyrinthine way. Staircases and corridors and the distant noise of students and the perpetual quality of old magic in the walls that Harry had felt from the moment he'd crossed the threshold, deep and vast and extraordinary. "I want you to know," Dumbledore began, "that regardless of the events of the past 2 years, the misunderstandings, the procedures, the 41 compounds," Harry said. A brief pause. Yes. "I want you to know that my care for you is genuine. That every decision I made with your safety as my primary concern." "I know," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "You know? I know that you believe that." Harry kept walking, kept his voice conversational. "The testimony at the hearing made it very clear that you had genuine reasons for everything you did. You weren't arbitrary. You were, according to your own logic, protecting me." He paused. "The problem isn't that your reasons were false. The problem is that they were yours." Silence, except for footsteps. "I'm not your project," Harry continued, in the same tone. "I'm not a piece on a board. I understand there's a larger threat, Voldemort, the Horcruxes, whatever prophecy you've been sitting on for 10 years, I know more than you think I know, because Apollon Delacour has contacts across 6 countries and Jean Delacour's job is specifically knowing things that aren't public. I know what you've been planning. I know what role you cast me in." He looked at Dumbledore, and the green eyes were entirely steady. "I'm not playing that role." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He stopped walking. Harry stopped too, turned to face him. "I'm not your enemy," Harry said. "Voldemort is a genuine threat and I understand that. If he needs to be addressed I will address it, on my terms, with people I choose, in a way I decide. Not as a sacrifice. Not as a weapon you've spent 11 years preparing." He paused. "I'm willing to work with you, if you're willing to work with me as a person rather than as an instrument. But I need you to understand that I know the difference between those two things." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The blue eyes were doing something complicated, genuine reassessment, Harry thought, not just strategizing. For a moment there was something in the old face that was not the warm authority of a public performance but something closer to a man confronting the full consequence of his choices made visible in the face of a 12-year-old who had survived them. "You are very different from what I expected," Dumbledore said. "I imagine I am," Harry said. A pause. "The Quirrell situation," Dumbledore said, very quietly. "Are you aware that there's a second presence?" "Yes. I have suspected for some time. I have been monitoring." "He's going to try to access the stone," Harry said. "Whatever's through the trapdoor on the 3rd floor." He kept his voice level. "I found the trapdoor on my 3rd day. I haven't gone further because I didn't need to. I just needed to know it was there." Dumbledore stared at him. "I have a plan," Harry said. "If you don't interfere with it, I think it will work better than what you're currently arranging." "What makes you think I'm arranging anything?" Harry looked at him with the particular patience of someone who has heard a question they've already answered. "Because you are always arranging something. And usually it involves other people walking into danger on your behalf." He paused. "I'm going to walk into this one myself. But I'm going to walk out of it too." He looked at his watch. 14 minutes. I should get to charms, he said. Professor Flitwick has a levitation unit I've been looking forward to. He walked away down the corridor, and did not look back, and behind him Albus Dumbledore stood for a moment in the castle that he had run for 40 years, and looked at the space where a 12-year-old had just told him, in the precise and unarguable terms of someone stating observable fact, that the game had changed. The castle's magic hummed in the walls, old and deep, and if it had an opinion about what had just happened in that corridor, it kept it in the stone. Harry turned the corner and was gone. Friday evening, the common room. Harry sat near the fire with Hermione and Ron, and Neville had pulled up a chair, and the first week of term settled around them like the first week of anything settles, its edges defining, its patterns becoming visible. Ron was playing chess and winning without much effort and apologizing without much sincerity. Hermione was making notes on the week's classes with the focused pleasure of someone doing exactly what they were designed for. Neville had his herbology text open and was doing that thing he did, Harry had noticed, where he looked at plants the way other people looked at reliable friends. Harry was writing to Ironclasp, because the pressure behind his eyes in Quirrell's classroom had intensified since Monday, and he wanted a professional assessment of whether what he was feeling was residual sensitivity from the rehabilitation or something functionally diagnostic. "Can I ask you something?" Ron said, still looking at the chessboard. "Yes," Harry said. "Do you always," Ron moved a bishop, frowned, moved it back. "Do you always know what's happening before it happens? Or does it just look that way?" "I don't know what's happening before it happens," Harry said. "I just pay attention to what's happening while it's happening, and most people don't, so there's a gap that looks like foresight." Hermione looked up. "That's a remarkably precise description." "It's what Fleur told me." "The Delacour girl?" Ron said. "The one who," he stopped himself. "The one who recognized me and whose family took me in while Dumbledore was being held legally accountable." "Yes," Harry said, without edge, just accuracy. Ron went slightly red. "I wasn't going to, I know. Our mum was a bit, she didn't like it. The ICW case. She said Dumbledore had always been trustworthy." He paused. "She says a lot of things about Dumbledore. Dad's more careful about it." "Your dad's right to be careful," Harry said. "Yeah." Ron moved his rook. "She prepped me, like you said on the boat. To be your friend. She told me what you'd be like, overwhelmed, grateful, probably needing guidance. She wanted me to help you see things, certain ways." He looked up. "I don't think my mum's a bad person. I think she genuinely thought she was helping." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not angry at your mum. But someone told her to do it." "Almost certainly." Ron looked at the fire for a moment. "Dumbledore," he said. Not as a question. "He's very thorough," Harry said. "That's both his greatest strength and the clearest evidence that what he does is deliberate rather than accidental." Ron was quiet. "Then, are we still going to be friends?" "We are already friends," Harry said. "That was real. Your mum's briefing didn't create it. It just meant you were standing in the right place when it would have happened anyway." Ron looked at him with the expression of someone who has been offered a version of something they wanted and finds it unexpectedly better than the original. "Right," he said. "Good." He moved his queen. "Checkmate in 3, by the way, if you're watching Neville's side of the board." Neville looked up, startled. "I'm not, I'm reading." "Your foot is tapping in the pattern you use when you're tracking something at your peripheral vision," Harry said. "You've been watching the game for the last 20 minutes. Neville stared at him. Then looked at his foot. "I didn't know I did that," he said. "You also do it in herbology when Sprout describes something you already know but want to be polite about." Neville blinked. Then he did something Harry hadn't seen him do fully yet, he laughed. A real one, surprised out of him, genuine and warm. "How?" Neville said. "Pay attention," Harry said. And then be honest about what you see. The fire crackled. Outside the tower windows, September was becoming autumn, the hills around the loch going amber and rust in the last of the light. The common room hummed with the sound of 100 people at the beginning of something, and Harry sat in it with his letter to Ironclasp half finished and his friends around him and the cool pressure at the edge of his mind that meant Quirrell was somewhere in the building with whatever was living in the back of his head, and the trapdoor on the 3rd floor sitting in its corridor like a held breath. He picked up his quill. He finished the letter. He knew what he was walking into, and he knew how he was going to walk out of it, and the weight of his name, that complicated, loaded, expected thing, sat on his shoulders not like a burden but like a coat he'd grown into, one that fit better than it had any right to, cut from cloth that 2 years ago had been cut by someone else entirely and remade, in the Dordogne Valley in the French sun, into something that was finally and completely his. Outside, autumn settled over Scotland. Inside, Harry Potter planned. Chapter 4, Blood and Politics. Diagon Alley in October had the specific energy of a place that didn't expect trouble and was therefore the ideal location for it. Harry had been granted a Hogsmeade equivalent permission slip, a special dispensation arranged through the ICW temporary guardianship documentation, which gave him the legal standing of a student with independent guardian approval rather than requiring Hogwarts staff supervision for off-campus travel. McGonagall had signed it with the expression of someone who had reviewed the paperwork, found it impeccably in order, and decided that the appropriate response to impeccable order was professional respect. Apollon had arranged it, obviously. She arranged most things that required arrangement. Harry had learned to recognize her organizational fingerprints in the same way you learn to recognize a particular person's handwriting, the precision, the preemptive documentation, the way she anticipated objections 3 steps before they materialized and neutralized them quietly. He was in Diagon Alley for a specific purpose. Ironclasp had requested a follow-up diagnostic at the Gringotts medical branch, to assess where the rehabilitation stood now that 9 weeks had passed since the last full evaluation. The compound count, per the weekly monitoring potions Ironclasp had sent with Harry to Hogwarts, had dropped to 7. 7 out of 41, which was progress measured in the particular satisfaction of watching something stolen being returned. Ron was with him, which had happened because Ron had mentioned he needed new parchment and Harry had said, "Come then," with the simple directness that Ron was still occasionally surprised by, given that most people treated invitations as negotiations. Hermione had wanted to come and had a perfectly good reason but had an essay due that she refused to submit anything less than 3 days early and so had stayed at Hogwarts with the dignified frustration of someone making a principled choice they resented. They arrived by Fleur at the Leaky Cauldron, stepped through into the alley, and Harry spent 30 seconds doing what he always did upon entering any unfamiliar or semi-familiar space, reading it. October. Diagon Alley was moderately busy, the Saturday crowd of families and students and the occasional ministry official in grey robes moving through the cobbled street with the comfortable purposefulness of people on errands. Gringotts gleamed at the far end. Madame Malkin's, Flourish and Blots, quality Quidditch supplies. Familiar from his first visit, 2 years ago, when Apollon had brought him here to get properly outfitted before Beauxbatons. He noticed the 2 men in dark robes almost immediately. They were stationed, and that was the word, stationed, not browsing, not shopping, not passing through, on opposite sides of the alley's midpoint, near the junction with Nocturne Alley. One was examining a display of cauldrons with the specific inattentiveness of someone who wasn't looking at cauldrons. The other was reading a newspaper with his back to a wall, which put his face toward the alley's length. Both of them had, in the 3 seconds since Harry and Ron emerged from the Leaky Cauldron, already found Harry. "Ron," Harry said conversationally, not changing his pace or his direction, "when you get your parchment, go to Flourish and Blots instead of the usual stationer. Take the long route along the left side of the alley." "Why?" Ron said, and then looked at Harry's face and said, "Okay," which was one of the things Harry had come to appreciate about him. "Go now. I'll be at Gringotts, then I'll meet you there." Ron peeled off left. Harry continued straight, toward Gringotts, at the same pace, and watched both men in his peripheral vision with the relaxed attention of someone who had spent 2 years being trained by a woman whose professional paranoia had the quality of art. The man with the newspaper folded it. The man by the cauldrons turned from the display. Both moved to intercept, not running, not even hurrying, just adjusting their trajectories with the practiced ease of professionals shifting into a choreography they'd prepared. Harry was 12. He had a wand in his right sleeve and the casting speed that came from 2 years of daily practice with a teacher who believed that a spell you couldn't throw in under 2 seconds was a spell you'd use on the ground rather than standing up. He had a temper he'd learned to keep below the surface because Apollon had told him, precisely and without sentiment, that visible anger was information gifted to people who wanted to use it against you. He let them get close. Not stupid close, useful close. Close enough that their objective was visible but their coordination was committed. Then he stopped, turned, and looked at both of them with the unhurried attention of someone who has decided how this conversation is going to go. "You're going to want to rethink this," Harry said. The newspaper man stopped. The cauldron man stopped. They exchanged a look, brief, professional, the communication of people who had been told their target was a child and were now processing the gap between that information and the reality in front of them. "Harry Potter," the newspaper man said. He had a flat voice with no particular accent, the deliberate non-specificity of someone trained to sound from nowhere. "We just want to talk." "No you don't," Harry said. "If you wanted to talk you would have approached me at school through official channels. The fact that you're here means you want something that official channels would refuse." He paused. "Who sent you?" Neither man answered. "Lucius Malfoy," Harry said, not as a guess but as a statement. Because the ICW hearing established that 2 of the suppression compound signatures trace back to Malfoy-funded research, and those findings become fully public in 3 weeks when the formal record is unsealed. He watched their faces. The newspaper man had good control. The cauldron man less so, the slight contraction around his eyes told Harry he was right. "He wants the documentation. Or he wants me to withdraw the testimony. Or both." The newspaper man said, "Mr. Malfoy has no part in this conversation." "Then you'd better tell me who does." Harry's hand was loose at his side. The wand was in his sleeve and the angle was wrong for a conventional draw, but he'd been practicing the unconventional draw specifically because Morneau said the conventional draw was what people defended against. "Because I'm going to Gringotts for a medical appointment, and you're in my way, and I'd prefer to handle this without making it dramatic, but I will absolutely make it dramatic if you prefer." The cauldron man moved first. It wasn't elegant, a lunge-draw combination that was fast and trained but not, critically, faster than someone who had been doing this specifically, daily, for 18 months. Harry dropped his shoulder, stepped inside the line of the spell, let it pass over his left arm close enough to feel the heat, came up with his own wand already in hand, and cast. Not the flashy kind. Not a curse or a blasting hex or anything that would create collateral damage in a populated alley. A precision binding, the specific one Morneau called the apology, because it looked almost polite and was functionally absolute, wrapping around limbs and joints with the fine exactness of cordage on a ship. The cauldron man went down like his legs had been decided for him. Harry was already turning. The newspaper man had his wand up and his face had gone from professional neutral to something more honest, the reassessment of a person encountering something they hadn't been briefed on. He was good. His casting stance was proper, controlled, the stance of someone who'd trained formally. He held. "You're not going to curse a child in the middle of Diagon Alley," Harry said. "You cursed my partner," the newspaper man said. "I bound him. He's uncomfortable. He'll be fine in 2 hours or when someone unbinds him, whichever comes first." Harry kept his wand level. His voice was entirely conversational. "I'm telling you, as genuinely as I can, that you should stand down, untangle yourself from whatever Malfoy is paying you, and go home. Because if you don't, this becomes an ICW matter, and the ICW is not going to enjoy hearing that there was an attempt to intimidate a material witness to an ongoing international case in a public location. A pause. Also, Harry added, there are 2 Aurors 40 feet behind you who have been following me since the leaky cauldron, and I don't know if they're Dumbledores or the Ministries, but either way they've watched this entire thing and are about to make a decision about whether to intervene. The newspaper man didn't turn around. But his posture shifted, the specific shift of someone recalibrating the value of a commitment. Tell Malfoy, Harry said, that withdrawing those findings is not on the table. Tell him that if he would like to discuss the matter, he's welcome to attend the formal record unsealing in 3 weeks through official legal channels. Tell him that if there's another incident like today, I will ensure that the incident itself becomes part of the official record. He held the newspaper man's gaze for another moment. Then he lowered his wand, turned, and walked to Gringotts. Behind him, he heard the newspaper man mutter something to the bound cauldron man, and then footsteps moving in the other direction, and he walked up the marble steps of Gringotts with the steady heartbeat of someone who had been actually frightened and was not going to let it be visible until they were somewhere private. Inside the cool marble hall, a goblin clerk looked up at him. Mr. Potter. Healer Ironclasp is expecting you. This way. Harry followed, put his wand back in his sleeve, and breathed. Ironclasp ran the diagnostic in 30 minutes and said nothing during most of it. This was normal, he saved his commentary for after the numbers were in, which Harry had learned to read as professional respect rather than clinical coldness. 7 compounds remaining, Ironclasp said, studying the mirror. Down from 14 at the last count. The acceleration is proceeding normally. He made several notes. Your core has stabilized at the level we observed growing through September. It is, a pause, which from Ironclasp meant something worth pausing at. It is currently measuring at a level consistent with an advanced 7th-year student. You are 12. Harry said nothing. This will continue to develop, Ironclasp said. The ceiling, if there is one, is not visible yet. Morneau's training is helping. Structured development at this stage shapes what the core becomes at maturity. Morneau says I'm sloppy with precision work under pressure, Harry said. She's probably right. How much pressure? Harry considered whether to mention the alley. Some. Ironclasp looked at him over his instruments. You've been in a confrontation today. An attempted one. And no one was permanently damaged and the situation was resolved. Ironclasp studied him with the particular expression of a professional who wanted more information but respected the concision. Were you targeted? Yes. In connection with the case? Almost certainly. Ironclasp was quiet for a moment. Then he did something Harry had never seen him do, he sat down, which for Ironclasp was the equivalent of a more dramatic person running a hand through their hair or sitting heavily against a wall. He sat, and he looked at Harry, and he said, I want to tell you something that is not strictly medical. Okay, Harry said. I have been a healer for 40 years. I have filed more welfare cases than I can recall, and I have followed most of them to their conclusions, and the pattern I have observed is this. The cases that resolve well do so because someone with power decided to use it correctly. The cases that do not resolve well do so because the person at the center of the case was isolated. He paused. You are not isolated. You have the Delacours. You have Gringotts. You have Prevost and the ICW documentation. But you are 12 years old and you are in a school run by a man who has reasons to want this case to go a different way, and there are evidently people outside the school with their own reasons. He looked at his instruments, then back. You are managing an enormous amount for someone your age. I know, Harry said. Are you all right? A pause. The honest answer was complicated. The honest answer was, most of the time, yes, and sometimes not, and the not times are usually late at night or when he received something from the Delacours that reminded him what it felt like to be looked after properly and therefore made the contrast vivid. The honest answer was also, the thing in the alley had scared him more than he'd let on, because it was one thing to know intellectually that Malfoy was a threat and another to see the shape of it arrive in a public place with trained professionals. "I'm managing," he said. Ironclasp accepted this with the pragmatism of a healer who understood the difference between managing and fine and recognized that managing was sometimes the best available answer. "Write to me if anything changes," Ironclasp said. "Physically or otherwise." "I will." "And eat properly. You are still underweight for your frame. I want to see 3 pounds at the next evaluation. Morneau says the same thing." "Then listen to one of us." Harry almost smiled. "Yes, healer." He found Ron in flourish and blots, surrounded by more parchment than strictly required for the stated purpose of the errand, engaged in a conversation with Fred and George, who had, apparently, arranged to be in Diagon Alley today as well, and had found Ron by the simple method of being Fred and George, which meant they were found by things rather than the reverse. They looked at Harry when he came in with the sharp attention of people who had been told by Ron, from his expression, that something had happened. "You look calm," George said. "That's interesting, because Ron said, 2 men in the alley," Harry said briefly. Malfoy connected. "It's handled." Fred looked at him for a moment. "Define handled." "One of them is bound in the middle of the alley and will be fine in a while. The other one left. Both of them have a message for Malfoy." He picked up a copy of Advanced Magical Theory from the nearby shelf, looked at the back, put it down. "I could use some breakfast. Did anyone eat before the flu?" A beat of silence. "You are 12, George said. "Yes," Harry agreed. "You just, in the alley, were getting breakfast," Fred decided, with the tone of someone who has identified that further interrogation can wait for sitting down. "There's a place around the corner. Come on." They got breakfast. The cafe was small and warm and smelled like coffee and fresh pastry, and Harry ate with the straightforward appetite of someone who had been told by a Gringotts healer to gain 3 pounds, and across the table Fred and George were doing the thing they did when they were genuinely interested in something rather than performing interest. They stopped finishing each other's sentences and asked individual questions and listened to the answers. "The binding you used," Fred said. "The precision one. We've seen that cast before and it usually takes an adult." "Morneau's precision work," Harry said. "She's brutal about accuracy." "Morneau, who used to teach at Beauxbatons?" "Yes. Our cousin trained there for a year," George said. He said Morneau was the most frightening teacher he'd ever encountered, and he counts Snape. "Snape is theater," Harry said. "Morneau is genuine." Ron was eating his pastry with the focused concentration of someone processing multiple things simultaneously. "The men in the alley," he said. "If it's Malfoy, Draco's going to be a problem at school." "Draco is already a problem at school," Harry said. "But he's a manageable one. He's reactive and his social currency is his father's name. When his father's name becomes a liability instead of an asset, he'll have to decide who he actually is, and I don't know which way he goes." A pause. "He might surprise everyone. Or he might be exactly what he looks like," Ron said. "That too." "What do we do about the alley?" Fred asked. "I'm going to write to Apollon today. She'll contact Prevost and it goes on the formal record." Harry drank his coffee, which he'd started in France and had discovered Hogwarts provided somewhat less excellently but adequately. The attempt itself is probably more useful documented than suppressed. It demonstrates that the case has motivated extra-legal responses, which is information the ICW panel will find relevant. George was looking at him with the same expression he'd had in the common room that first week, that quality of genuine assessment rather than performance. "You think about everything in terms of how it fits the larger pattern," he said. "Apollon taught me to," Harry said. "She says isolated events are rarely isolated." "She sounds alarming," Fred said. "Deeply," Harry agreed. "She's also the reason I'm at school instead of still in a cupboard in Surrey, so I'm in favor." A brief silence. It wasn't the awkward silence of people who didn't know what to do with something, but the honest silence of people who'd registered what they'd been told and were deciding how to treat it, not as a revelation to be handled carefully, but as a fact to be acknowledged and moved past. "Right," Ron said. "Write to her today then." "I will," Harry said. "Now, Fred, George, that thing you've been building. The one you were going to talk to me about properly." They looked at him. Then at each other. Then back. "The map," Fred said. "The Marauders' map," George said. Harry set down his coffee. "Tell me." The letter to Apollon went that afternoon, detailed and precise in the way she'd taught him letters should be, not emotional, not dramatic, just the facts in the order in which they were relevant. He added at the bottom, in French, which was his habit when he wanted to say something that was less about information and more about the space between information, Je vais bien. "I want you to know that before the rest of the letter makes you think otherwise. The situation was manageable and I managed it. But I think Malfoy is scared, and scared people do things that surprised people do not, and I want you to know so you can prepare accordingly." He sent it with Hedwig, his own owl, a white snowy with gold eyes that had arrived at Hogwarts on his third day in a parcel from Jean with a note that said simply, "Every correspondent needs a reliable owl, and this one chose you at the shop. Jean." Hedwig had the quality of a bird who had assessed Harry and found him satisfactory, which felt mutual. He was in the Ollery watching her go when footsteps on the stairs turned out to be Hermione, who had apparently finished her essay and was delivering a letter of her own. She looked at him, looked out the window after Hedwig's shrinking white shape. "Was there something in Diagon Alley?" "Why do you ask?" "Ron sent me a flu message from the fireplace in the alley's cafe. He said you were fine and then described the situation in a way that was clearly designed to seem minimal and was not minimal." She raised her eyebrows. "What happened?" Harry told her. Hermione's expression moved through several stages: alarm, which she controlled, analysis, which she didn't bother to conceal, and then a sharp focused quality that Harry had noticed she got when something presented itself as a problem requiring systematic engagement. "Malfoy's panicking," she said. "Scared," Harry said. "Which is worse?" "The formal record unsealing in 3 weeks," she said. "He needs to act before then." "Yes." "So the next 3 weeks are the high-risk window." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment, her owl, a sensible, compact brown bird, patient on her arm. "What can I do?" Harry looked at her. The question was direct and practical and had no social complexity in it. She wasn't asking to be included, she was asking how to be useful, which was different. "The potion research," he said. Ironclasp's documentation identified 2 of the compound signatures as Malfoy-funded research. The specific potions, they were modified versions of standard suppression drafts. Something altered the formulation to be deeper and longer-lasting than the originals. "I want to understand the modification, because whoever knew how to make those modifications had specialist knowledge." He paused. "Malfoy funded the research. He didn't invent it. Someone who understood the theory did." Hermione's expression had moved entirely into focused interest. "You want to know who developed the modified formulation?" "Ironclasp identified it. I don't know if he's pursued the source. I'll research the standard suppression compounds and the known modifications in the literature. If someone published the theoretical basis somewhere, it'll be traceable." She paused. "Restricted section?" "Probably. McGonagall would sign a permission slip if I gave her a legitimate academic reason." "Or Flitwick," Harry said. "He asked me interesting questions about advanced theory last week. He might be more flexible." "Good." She sent her owl off and turned to go. Then stopped. "Harry." "Yes." "In the alley, when they approached you. Were you frightened?" A pause. "Yes," he said. She nodded, like she'd wanted to know whether he'd tell her the truth. "Good," she said, and went back down the stairs, and Harry stayed in the Ollery for another minute listening to the wind off the highlands and the distant sound of the school being itself, and felt the 7 remaining compounds in his blood like the last 7 stones in a jar being removed one by one. Lucius Malfoy arrived at Hogwarts on a Thursday. He didn't announce it, not to Harry, not to the student body. He arrived with a ministry escort and a letter of professional courtesy to Dumbledore and the stated purpose of a Board of Governors matter requiring the headmaster's attention. Harry knew because McGonagall's expression at breakfast had the particular quality of someone who had been informed of a thing they didn't like and was professionally disallowed from saying so. He also knew because Draco's behavior changed. Draco Malfoy had spent the first weeks of term establishing his social position with the deliberate efficiency of someone executing a strategy rather than naturally seeking friends. He was sharp, politically aware, and had a quality of watchfulness that Harry thought would have been genuinely useful if it hadn't been built on a foundation of performing his father's values rather than developing his own. He and Harry had existed in a state of frosty, intelligent non-aggression, Draco probing occasionally, Harry responding without heat, both of them circling without committing. Thursday morning, Draco came to breakfast with a straighter back and a specific quality of restored confidence, the confidence of someone who'd been told their reinforcements were on the way. In potions, Snape's dungeon, cold and dim and smelling of things that had complicated properties, Draco sat one table over from Harry and was, throughout the class, performing for an audience that wasn't in the room. Snape was a problem of a specific type. His teaching was technically excellent, the theory he provided was genuine, detailed, and would have been entirely useful if it weren't administered alongside a systematic pattern of undermining that managed to be deniable at the individual instance level and undeniable at the pattern level. He awarded house points with a scale that defied objective assessment. He spoke to Gryffindors with a quality of withering precision that stopped just short of what could formally be reported, and he spoke to Slytherins with the slightly warmer tones of someone maintaining an alliance through positive reinforcement. Harry had decided, 2 weeks in, that engaging with Snape's theater was a waste of energy. He made good potions because potions were interesting and the theory was solid. He answered questions accurately and without embellishment. He did not react to the subtle provocations, not because he lacked the wit for it, but because reacting was the intended response and intended responses were worth examining before providing. Today, however, Snape did something that stepped outside the usual parameters. "Potter," he said, while the class was at the midpoint of a shrinking solution. His voice carried the room. "Perhaps you can tell us the difference between the standard suppression draft and its modified variants. Given your personal familiarity with the subject." The room went quiet in the specific way rooms went quiet when something unkind had been said aloud in company. Harry lifted his stirring rod from his cauldron, set it down, and looked at Snape. Snape had dark eyes and a pale face and the bearing of a man who had learned to use intelligence as a weapon because the alternative had left marks. He looked back at Harry with the controlled satisfaction of someone who believed they had found a sore spot and pressed it. "The standard suppression draft," Harry said, in the same tone he used for any academic question, "works by coating the core's external membrane with a mild inhibiting compound, reducing the volume of magic a person can consciously access. Duration is typically 4 to 6 hours and it's completely reversible." He paused. "The modified variants identified in Ironclasp's diagnostic report are structurally different. They don't coat the membrane, they introduce microfragments of suppressive compound into the neural pathways connecting magical intent to core activation. The effect is deeper and accumulates over repeated dosing, eventually changing the baseline rather than just the ceiling." Another pause. "The modification requires a detailed understanding of corticomagical neurology that isn't standard potions curriculum. It would require either research access or a specialist's knowledge." Silence in the dungeon. Given that the compounds were being administered to an infant, Harry continued, with the same academic calm, "The person who developed the modification also required knowledge of how infants metabolize magical compounds differently from adults, since the standard variant is contraindicated in children under 5 due to development disruption risks." He looked at Snape. Would you like to continue this line of questioning? I find I'm happy to discuss the subject in as much detail as you'd like. Snape's expression had not changed. But something behind the dark eyes had made a decision. Continue your shrinking solution, he said, and turned away. The room exhaled. Harry picked up his stirring rod and went back to his cauldron, and across the aisle Hermione was looking at her own cauldron with the expression of someone who had just identified a piece of research that became significantly more urgent. After class, in the corridor, Ron said, "He knew." "Snape?" Harry said. He knew the specifics. The way he asked the question, he knew what the modified variants were. He was testing whether you knew. Ron paused. "Harry, does Snape know how those potions were made because he made them, or because Dumbledore told him about them, or because he independently researched them?" Harry said. "Those are three different problems with three different implications. I don't know which one yet." "But I think Snape is complicated," Harry said, "in ways that are going to take longer than a potions class to understand. Put it aside for now. It's useful information and we'll come back to it." Ron looked like putting it aside was not his natural preference, but he was making the effort. "Malfoy's father is in the school," he said instead. "I know. He's meeting with Dumbledore." "I know. And then probably with Snape." "Probably." They came around the corner into the main corridor and nearly walked into the man himself. Lucius Malfoy was tall, white-blonde, and had the immaculate quality of someone who had never been untidy in his life by choice. He wore expensive robes in dark charcoal and carried his cane, the silver snake's head, which Harry happened to know concealed a wand, because Apollon had mentioned it in one of her intelligence briefings with the offhand quality of someone noting something that might be relevant. He was accompanied by Draco and two individuals in ministry robes who were technically escorts but functionally subordinates. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. Malfoy had a face built for a specific social performance, the warm condescension of old money encountering new circumstance, the smile that implied he knew things you didn't. He deployed it now with practiced ease. "Harry Potter," he said, with the warmth of someone saying a name they find interesting. "What a pleasure. I don't believe we've formally met." "We haven't," Harry said. "Though I recognize you from the hearing documentation. There are quite detailed photographs in the Gringotts case file." A fractional pause. The warmth held. "Yes, well, that unfortunate business. I hope you know that the Malfoy family has nothing but the deepest concern for your welfare. What you suffered was deplorable." "Thank you," Harry said pleasantly. "I'll pass that along to Ironclasp, who certified the diagnostic findings identifying the Malfoy-funded research compounds in my bloodstream. I'm sure he'll find it reassuring." Something moved in Malfoy's eyes. Not anger, Lucius Malfoy was too controlled for visible anger. More like the specific calculation of someone reassessing the weight of a thing they'd picked up. "You're very direct," Malfoy said. "I find it saves time," Harry said, with a precision that anyone who knew Apollon Delacour would have recognized as deliberate quotation. Draco was looking at his father and then at Harry in the manner of someone watching two people arm wrestle and not being entirely sure which side they wanted to win. "I'd like to speak with you," Malfoy said. "Perhaps this afternoon, with the headmaster present." "No thank you," Harry said. "I'm sorry. I don't have informal meetings with people who send armed individuals to intercept me in public spaces," Harry said. "If you'd like to communicate with me formally, you're welcome to contact my legal representative, whose contact details are publicly available through the ICW filing." He paused. "Have a good day, Mr. Malfoy." He walked around Lucius Malfoy with Ron 2 steps behind him, and he heard Draco say something to his father in a low voice that he couldn't catch, and he heard Lucius Malfoy's response, which was a silence that had a very specific quality to it, the silence of a man revising what he thought he was dealing with and not finding the revision comfortable. Sirius Black came back to consciousness in a cell in Azkaban on a Tuesday morning that felt like all the other Azkaban mornings, gray, cold, the kind of cold that got into your bones and stayed, and the Dementor outside his cell was doing its usual circuit, and Sirius was doing what he'd been doing for 3 years, not going mad. He managed it by being a dog in his head. Not Padfoot exactly, he hadn't risked the full transformation since the 2nd year, when he'd nearly lost the thread back to human, but the idea of Padfoot, the uncomplicated animal of it, the thing that existed outside the Dementor's emotional range because dogs didn't have memories the way humans did, didn't have regrets that could be harvested. He'd been wrong. He'd known he'd been wrong for 3 years. Peter had been alive. Peter had framed him. James and Lily were dead not because of Sirius but because of the rat who'd been sleeping in a child's bedroom for 12 years in a house that was maybe 30 miles from where Sirius currently sat in a cell, having been wrong about the most important thing he'd ever been asked to trust his instincts on. The Dementor passed. The gray morning shifted into slightly less gray afternoon. And then the goblin arrived. Goblins in Azkaban were not common. Azkaban was British ministry jurisdiction and goblins preferred to conduct their business on their own ground. But this goblin, small, sharp-faced, in pale robes with the Gringotts insignia, came with documentation that the warden reviewed for a long time before allowing entry, because ICW child welfare case instruments apparently had provisions that the warden had never needed to invoke in 40 years of running the facility. The goblin's name was something unpronounceable that Sirius eventually shortened to Clasp, and he sat across from Sirius in the consultation room and put a sealed document case on the table and said, "You are the registered godfather of Harry James Potter." "Yes," Sirius said. His voice was rough from disuse. "Are you aware of Mr. Potter's current situation?" "No. I don't get news in here. Mr. Potter is currently enrolled at Hogwarts School after spending 2 years in France under the protection of the Delacour family, during which time an ICW case was brought against Albus Dumbledore for the systematic administration of magical suppression compounds to Mr. Potter beginning in infancy." The goblin said it the way you said a well-documented fact, without drama, but also without anything that softened it. 41 compounds in total, administered over 11 years. The hearing was completed 4 months ago. Dumbledore was formally censured by the ICW. Criminal proceedings in the British wizarding legal system are stalled, pending political resolution. Sirius sat with this for a moment. He'd been sitting with things for 3 years. He'd gotten good at holding things that should have required him to break something. "Harry's okay," he said. He's at school. He's all right?" "He is, by the available evidence, rather more than all right," the goblin said, with something in its voice that might have been satisfaction. "He is, however, without legal family representation, which is a gap in his protection that has been identified. The Delacours are acting under ICW guardianship, not blood guardianship. Blood guardianship provides different protections under several statutes." "I'm in Azkaban," Sirius said. "For a crime for which there was no formal trial," the goblin said. "Which, under international magical law, specifically the Riga Convention of 1963, constitutes a violation of due process rights, for which there is a remedy." Sirius stared at him. "Gringotts has prepared an application for an emergency ICW review of your incarceration on due process grounds," the goblin said. "Given the active ICW case involving your godson, the review has been fast-tracked to a 6-week timeline." He paused. "We would, however, need your formal cooperation, your account of events, and your consent to the process." "You're getting me out," Sirius said. "We are attempting to get you a trial," the goblin said precisely. "What happens after that depends on what a trial reveals. Gringotts is not in the business of freeing guilty people. We are, however, very interested in correcting processes that have gone wrong, because processes that go wrong in one direction tend to go wrong in others, and the case of Harry Potter is substantially connected to yours." Sirius was quiet for a moment. The grey walls of Azkaban did their usual thing, which was to exist without apology. "Tell me about Harry," he said. "Tell me everything the documentation says about what he's like." The goblin opened the case. According to Gringotts' medical assessments, Professor Morneau's evaluations, and the ICW case record, it pulled out a sheaf of documents. He is described as having an extraordinary magical core, a structural rather than rote intelligence, a tendency toward directness that certain adults find challenging, and a habit, when confronted with dangerous situations, of responding with precision rather than panic. Sirius closed his eyes for a moment. "That's James," he said, roughly. "That's exactly James, except," he thought of Lily's eyes, Lily's temper, Lily's bone-deep refusal to accept a situation just because it had momentum. "That's both of them." He also, the goblin added, with what was definitely satisfaction, recently faced 2 armed professionals in Diagon Alley, bound one of them, sent a message to Lucius Malfoy through the other, and then went to get breakfast. Sirius made a sound that started as something else and came out as a laugh, rough and unpracticed and genuine, the first one in 3 years. "Yeah," he said. "That's them." He picked up the consent form. He signed it. 6 weeks, he said. "Approximately," the goblin said. Sirius leaned back in his chair and looked at the gray ceiling of Azkaban and thought about a 12-year-old boy who had apparently learned, without anyone from his actual family to teach him, to stand in the middle of an alley when trouble arrived and deal with it. "I'm coming, kid," he thought. "Hold on." The Quidditch pitch in November was cold enough to see your breath, and Harry had no particular reason to be there at 8 in the evening except that he needed to think and high altitude helped, and McGonagall had put him on the team in October with the flat satisfaction of someone who had assessed talent accurately and refused to let regulations prevent her from acting on it. He flew laps in the dark, the castle lit below him, the lake a flat black mirror at the edge of the grounds, and he sorted through the week's accumulating intelligence with the methodical pleasure of someone building a picture from pieces. Quirrell was escalating. He'd been in the 3rd floor corridor twice this week at hours that didn't correspond to any legitimate activity, which meant he was testing the protections, which meant the timeline was moving. Lucius Malfoy had left the school without achieving whatever he'd come for, which meant the alley attempt had failed and the direct approach had failed, and he was running out of moves that wouldn't create the kind of documentation he was trying to avoid. Snape knew something about the suppression compounds, not necessarily that he'd made them, but that he understood them at a technical level that required explanation. Sirius Black had a case in front of the ICW that would either succeed in 6 weeks or create enough noise to draw attention that was currently focused elsewhere. And somewhere in the castle, under the trapdoor on the 3rd floor, behind a series of protections that Harry had spent 2 months cataloguing from the outside, was the Philosopher's Stone, and something wearing Quirinus Quirrell's body wanted it badly enough to still be here, still teaching, still waiting for the right moment. Harry landed on the pitch and stood with his broom in the dark and thought about the difference between a trap set for you and a trap you set yourself. He had a plan. He'd had it for 3 weeks, since he'd mapped the 3rd floor corridor completely, identified all the protection mechanisms, and understood both what they were and what they were designed to stop. He'd shared it with Hermione because her input had improved it significantly, and with Ron because Ron's lateral thinking, underestimated by most people who assumed chess was his only strategic skill, had identified a contingency Harry had missed. It wasn't ready yet. 2 more weeks, and it would be. In the meantime, he had homework, and a potions essay, and a letter from Fleur that had arrived this morning and that he'd read twice because the second read was for what was between the words rather than in them. He walked back to the castle in the cold night air, and the stars were out over Scotland, clear and indifferent, and the school rose above him ancient and full and complicated, and Harry Potter was 12 years old and was playing the most consequential game of his life and was, if he was being honest, enjoying the problem of it. Not the danger. Not the 41 compounds or the armed professionals in the alley or the thing wearing Quirrell's face. Not those. The problem itself. The architecture of it. The way every piece connected to every other piece, and the way, if you could see the whole board and not just the square you were standing on, a path appeared that no one who had been looking at single squares had thought to take. He went inside. He had work to do. Chapter 5, the philosopher's game. The third-floor corridor at 2 in the morning was exactly as uninviting as it was designed to be. Harry had been here 4 times now, twice during the day under various pretexts, twice at night under the invisibility cloak that had arrived in December wrapped in brown paper with no note, which was Dumbledore's version of a hint that he'd decided to interpret as a gift without obligation. The cloak was extraordinary, old magic, older than most things in the castle, and Harry had worn it twice just to understand the quality of it before deciding how to use it properly. Tonight was not reconnaissance. Tonight was the thing itself. He stood at the door with the cloak bundled under his arm and Ron and Hermione on either side of him, and they looked at the door in the way people looked at things they'd decided to do and were now briefly honoring the decision before executing it. "Tell me the sequence again," Hermione said. Not because she'd forgotten. Hermione did not forget things she had memorized, but because she was the kind of person who checked her work twice regardless of confidence level. "Fluffy first," Harry said. "Music puts him down. Ron has the flute." "Right here," Ron said, producing it. "Devil's snare," Hermione. "Light and warmth," she said. "I've been practicing the flame casting. I can sustain it." "Flying keys, I handle that. The right key has a bent left wing from the last time someone went through here." "McGonagall's chess, Ron." "Ready," Ron said, and he was, in a way that had nothing to do with reassurance and everything to do with the fact that Ron Weasley had been thinking about this chessboard for 3 weeks and had an approach to it that he described to Harry as offensive sacrifice strategy, and which Harry suspected was going to be spectacular. "Snape's potion logic puzzle, Hermione." She nodded without comment. "And the last room," Harry said. "We're not going into the last room," Hermione said. "You're not," Harry agreed. "I am." A brief pause. This was the part of the plan they'd argued about, which had been a genuine argument rather than a negotiation, and which had resolved in Harry's favor not because he'd out-argued them but because the logic was sound and they both knew it. "You don't have to do this alone," Ron said. "I'm not doing it alone," Harry said. "I'm doing the last part alone because Quirrell won't be expecting me to already know what he looks like from the back of his head. He'll expect me to be frightened and reactive and 12. He won't expect me to have a specific plan for a specific situation." He looked at both of them. "If something goes wrong with me in there, the two of you need to be out and signaling for help. If you're both in the room with me, there's no one outside." "I hate this reasoning," Hermione said, which meant she agreed with it. "I know." "Don't be," she stopped. Started again. "Don't be noble in there. Don't sacrifice anything unnecessarily. Just do what you planned and get out." "Yes," Harry said. Ron clapped him once on the shoulder, which was the most he was going to do because Ron had learned, without anyone telling him, that Harry's threshold for demonstrative comfort was specific and that exceeding it was less useful than matching it. "Go on then," he said. Harry opened the door. The first thing about the room with Fluffy was the smell, warm dog and old stone, and the sound, which was a rumbling deep-chested breathing that a person could feel in their sternum. 3 heads, all currently producing the specific slack-jawed breathing of things in deep sleep. Someone had already put Fluffy under. There was a small harp in the corner, self-playing, running through a simple melody with mechanical repetition. Harry clocked this immediately. "Someone's already here," he murmured. Hermione looked at the harp. "Quirrell. He moved tonight." "Yes." Harry had expected this possibility, the timing was not accidental. Quirrell had been more agitated this week, spending longer in the third-floor corridor, skipping meals. Whatever was wearing him had been getting impatient. "The plan doesn't change. We just have less time." The trapdoor was open. The harp would keep playing for another 10 minutes before it wound down, which was enough time for them to get through the first 2 obstacles and potentially the third, depending on the chessboard's state when they arrived. Harry went first. The drop was longer than it looked, and the devil's snare below was exactly as unpleasant as described, It moved with the specific enthusiasm of something that experienced resistance as invitation, but Hermione's flame charm was strong and sustained, and the plants retreated in a curl of warmth, and they came through into the next chamber where the sound of wings was already visible. The flying key room. Hundreds of them, turning in the dim light, catching the draft from the open doors at both ends. Harry looked up at them for 2 seconds, the quality, the shape, the way they moved, and found the bent-winged one immediately because it was compensating, its flight pattern slightly off balance compared to the others, hovering near the ceiling with the particular restlessness of something that knew it was being looked for. He was on the broomstick and up and through in 45 seconds. The key turned in the lock. The door opened. The chess room was enormous. The pieces were life-sized and had the particular quality of magical chess pieces, not autonomous exactly, but aware, looking at the intruders with the evaluating attention of things designed for warfare. On the far side of the board, the door through to the next challenge was closed. Ron stood at the entrance and looked at the board for a very long time. "We can't all go through," Ron said. "We'll have to play." "Then play," Harry said. Ron looked at the board, looked at Harry, and said, "I need to be a knight." "Take whatever you need," Harry said. "No," Ron stopped, jaw set, working through something. "The path through, there's no clean route without removing 3 of their major pieces. The only way to clear those pieces fast enough is to sacrifice something significant enough that they take it." He looked at the board. "I need to be the knight. Because the knight moves, the knight can set up a position that sacrifices itself to take their queen and open the path. If I do it right, you and Hermione can get through before they reorganize." Hermione said, "Ron, I'll be all right," Ron said. He said it in the matter-of-fact tone of someone who had thought this through carefully and arrived at an acceptance rather than a resignation. "They'll take me off the board. I won't be, it's not like getting hurt. It's the game. I'll be on the side until someone ends it." "Someone will end it," Harry said. "I know." Ron rolled up his sleeve, took a breath, and stepped onto the board. The chess pieces arranged themselves with the heft and scrape of stone, recognizing the players. Harry took a bishop, Hermione a castle. Ron's knight waited with the patient gravity of a piece that had been used in this specific way before and understood the weight of it. The game moved. Ron commanded it, not hesitantly, not brilliantly in the showy sense, but with the quiet deep competence of someone who had been playing this specific game since before he could read and understood it, not as a sequence of moves but as a living thing with its own logic. He was, Harry thought, genuinely extraordinary at this. Not despite the sacrifice but because of it, because he'd identified the sacrifice not as a loss but as the strongest possible move, and had chosen it without the drama that would have made it less. 12 moves. On the 13th, Ron's knight moved into the line of the opposing queen and held. The opposing queen's piece swung. Ron hit the board. The piece version of him went still. Harry was already moving, he and Hermione through the gap that Ron's sacrifice had opened, across the board in 5 more moves each, the opposing pieces reorganizing but too slow, the mathematical edge already taken by the sacrifice, and then they were through. Harry stopped at the far door and looked back. Ron's piece was on the side of the board, still, and Ron himself, the actual Ron, was sitting up on the far side of the board, shaking his head, looking dazed but fundamentally all right. "Go," Ron called, across the distance. "Go, Harry. I'll send for help." Harry went. Snape's potion room had the intellectual austerity of a problem designed by someone who trusted logic over instinct and wanted to demonstrate the distinction. 7 bottles in a row, a fire ahead, a fire behind, a short riddle in curling handwriting on a parchment, and the clear implication that most people who arrived here would be too panicked to read a riddle carefully. Hermione read it once. "That one," she said, pointing to a small round bottle on the far right. "And for going back," she pointed to the second from the left. "The riddle is genuinely elegant. Snape has interesting taste in logical puzzles." "Noted," Harry said. There was only enough of the forward potion for one person. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at Hermione. "You should go back," Harry said. "Help Ron get help from the outside. McGonagall, Flitwick, not Dumbledore, not yet. Whoever you trust." "McGonagall," Hermione said immediately. "She's trustworthy." "Yes." Hermione looked at the bottle in his hand and then at his face and said something that was very specifically her, which was, "I've read everything written about Voldemort's possession techniques and there are 3 documented counter-approaches. The most reliable one is, Hermione," Harry said. "Right." She took the backward potion. Stopped. "You're not frightened." "I am," he said. "I'm keeping it where it's useful." She nodded, once, with the precise composure of someone doing the same thing. "Then go." He drank the forward potion. The fire parted. He stepped through. The last room was not what he'd expected, which meant his preparation was imperfect, which he filed for later. He'd expected darkness, or bare stone, or some theatrical staging consistent with Quirrell's performed aesthetic. What he found instead was a room with high stone walls and a large ornate mirror at the far end, frame carved with winding figures, inscription along the top that took him half a second to parse, Erist stra eru oit uba kafru oit on wosi. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." He'd known about the mirror. He'd known it was part of the trap's architecture, that Dumbledore had put it here specifically as the final protection because whoever wanted the stone would see themselves using it, not getting it. Clever. Genuinely clever, it turned the Seeker's desire against them. Quirrell was standing in front of it. He wasn't performing the stammer. He was standing very straight, hands clasped behind his back, looking into the mirror with the focused frustration of someone who has been looking at the same problem from the same angle and is beginning to suspect the angle is the issue. He heard Harry come in. "I wondered when you'd arrive," he said. Not the stammer. An entirely different voice, layered, with something in it that resonated at a frequency slightly below conversational, the way certain instruments had an undertone below the note they played. Something in Harry's chest registered it and filed it as old and wrong and very dangerous. "Quirrell," Harry said. "Oh, please." He turned. The turban was gone. He looked, diminished, somehow, without the pretense, thinner and more strained, the performance withdrawn to reveal the cost of having hosted something that didn't fit. "You've known since your first week. I saw you watching me. You're very good at watching things, for a 12-year-old. "I've had good instruction," Harry said. The Delacour woman. There was something in the layered voice that was considering a pollen the way a predator considered an obstacle. "She's changed you significantly from what was expected." "From what you expected," Harry said. "From what Dumbledore expected," the voice said, and it was not Quirrell speaking now, or not primarily, there was a clarity to it, a distinct register that was colder and more specific. "From what I expected, when I read the prophecy. The boy who should have been frightened and grateful and manageable. The boy who would walk into this room and need saving." A pause. "Instead I find someone who walked in alone, voluntarily, with a plan." "That's interesting." "I'm glad you find it interesting," Harry said. "Show me your face," the voice said, and Quirrell's hands came up to begin unwinding the turban. "I want to see you properly." "I'd rather not," Harry said. "I wasn't asking." And that was when Harry stopped having a conversation and started executing the plan. He'd spent 2 weeks developing it with Hermione, who had sourced the theoretical basis from a restricted text on possession counter-mechanics, and with Morneau, who had reviewed it by owl and annotated it in her precise hand with the comment adequate, could be more elegant, execute with commitment. He'd spent 3 nights in a row in the practice space near the common room running the casting sequence until it was reflex. The core of it was this: Voldemort's possession of Quirrell worked because Quirrell's will was mostly gone, he'd been subsumed, overpowered, the original person diminished to a thin film over something much larger. But possession required a host body, and a host body was a magical system, and magical systems had structural vulnerabilities. Specifically, a sufficiently powerful disruption to the host body's core-body connection, not an attack spell, which would harm the host, but a diagnostic level pulse at the specific frequency Ironclasp had identified in Harry's core rehabilitation as the reconnection frequency, created interference in the possession matrix. It didn't expel the possessing entity. It just made the host-possession connection unstable for a period of time. During that period, the host could choose. It was Hermione who'd identified the philosophical foundation: possession cannot be absolute while the host's core still has autonomous capacity. Quirrell is still there, in some version. The question is whether he has the will to use the window. Harry did not know if Quirrell had the will. He did know that giving Quirrell a window was better, morally and strategically, than treating him as simply a vehicle to be destroyed. He cast. Not a combat spell. Not a curse. The pulse was smooth and warm and structured. It felt, when Harry cast it, like the feeling of a key turning in a lock, precise and clean, and it hit Quirrell's chest and the effect was immediate. Quirrell's back arched. His hands flew up. He made a sound that was not Quirrell's voice and not the layered other voice but something that lived between them, distressed, dislocated, the sound of two things pulling in different directions. "Choose," Harry said. "Quirrell. Whatever's left of you, choose." The room was very still for a moment. Then Quirrell's hands came down, and his eyes changed, a terrible transition, something ancient and cold trying to reassert, something smaller and more human trying to hold a door against it, and Harry felt the pressure at his forehead that had been building since September arrive at a point that was not quite pain but was the immediate neighborhood of it, like a sound too loud to hear a sound. He cast again. Same pulse. Second window. Quirrell's knees hit the stone floor. "The mirror," Quirrell said, and it was his voice, thin, worn, barely there, but his. His eyes found Harry, and they were the eyes of a man who had been in a very dark place for a very long time and was looking at something that might be a way out. "The mirror. You want the stone." "I can't, he's coming back, you have to." "The mirror, I don't want the stone to use it," Harry said. He stepped toward the mirror. He looked into it. The figure he saw was himself, but the self in the mirror was putting something in a pocket, a small red stone, and the pocket itself was empty, and Harry felt it before he understood it. The mirror's protection had recognized his intention and given him the thing, had slipped it into his actual pocket in the same motion as the mirror self performed, and Harry pressed his hand to his pocket and felt the hard small weight of it and thought, Dumbledore's design, working as intended. He was right about this part. Behind him, Quirrell was still on his knees. The layered voice was returning, forcing its way back. Harry could hear it coming back like a tide. He turned. He reached out and took Quirrell's face in both hands. He'd expected it to hurt. Ironclasp had mentioned, in a letter, that his magic-specific frequency was destructive to the possession matrix at sustained contact. He'd called it a theoretical possibility and told Harry not to use it carelessly. Harry had read this as it works, and had filed it accordingly. What he hadn't expected was the sound. Voldemort's voice, fully present, fully awake, ancient and terrible and absolutely furious, screamed. And Harry held on. His hands burned. Not injury burning, not the burning of damaged tissue, but the burning of magic expressing itself at full force, the kind of heat that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with presence, with the sheer force of a core that had been suppressed for 11 years and was now unrestrained in meeting something that deserved its full attention. The mirror shook. The walls of the room seemed to tighten, the stone responding to the force of what was moving through the space. Quirrell's face under his hands went very still. The layered voice went, not quiet, but out, like a flame guttered by too much wind rather than too little, and for a single moment what remained in Quirrell's eyes was something entirely human, exhausted, broken, but present. "I'm sorry," Quirrell said. "For all of it. I'm so," he coughed. "He lied to me. He said I would have, I know, Harry said. He had no idea what Quirrell had been promised. It didn't particularly matter. Every person who had gone to Voldemort had been promised something that turned out to have a very different shape on delivery. Harry let go. Quirrell crumpled. The room was silent except for Harry's own breathing, which was harder than he'd intended, and the distant sound of something that might have been the castle itself settling, the way old buildings sometimes made sounds that meant nothing and sometimes meant something had changed in a load-bearing part. Harry looked at his hands. They were fine. He looked at the mirror, which reflected him plain and unadorned now, just a 12-year-old boy in Gryffindor robes standing in a stone chamber, which was accurate. He put his hand in his pocket. The stone was there. He looked at Quirrell on the floor. Quirrell was breathing. Whatever Voldemort's departure had done to him, it hadn't done it cleanly, and the breathing had a quality that Harry didn't like, shallow and irregular. He knelt, checked the pulse, present, thready, and made a decision. He cast the binding he'd used in Diagon Alley, because Quirrell conscious and still potentially hostile was a risk he couldn't manage alone, and then he stood and looked at the door he'd come through. Hermione would have reached McGonagall by now. Or she should have. The plan's timing had him in this room for no more than 15 minutes. He'd been here 12. He sat down on the stone floor of the chamber with the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket and Quirinus Quirrell unconscious and bound 3 feet away and Voldemort gone somewhere that was not the back of a man's head, and he breathed. The post-action clarity was something Morneau had prepared him for, the moment when the work was done and the body's chemistry caught up with events and produced the specific cocktail of exhaustion and sharp-edged relief that came from having done something correctly under conditions that had preferred you do it wrong. She'd called it le moment honnête, the honest moment, when you could see the thing exactly as it was because the performance was over. In the honest moment, he felt tired. Proud, a small clean pride, not the performed kind. And something else, something that had to do with Quirrell's eyes in that last moment, the human thing that had been in them, and the particular weight of having been the person to give someone their last few seconds of being themselves, even if those seconds were also their last. He didn't like that part. He'd done it correctly, and he didn't like it. He thought Apollon would say that the not liking it was important. That the capacity to do a hard thing and also not like having done it was one of the marks of someone worth trusting with hard things. He thought she was probably right. He waited for McGonagall. She arrived in 7 minutes, which was faster than the plan had projected, which meant Hermione had moved faster than the plan had projected, which meant Hermione had probably been running. McGonagall came through the fires and into the chamber and stopped, and looked at Harry sitting on the stone floor, and at Quirrell bound and unconscious, and at the mirror, and at Harry's calm expression, and did something with her face that had several parts to it and resolved into something that was not quite professional neutrality but was doing its best. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Professor." He stood. "Quirrell is alive. He needs medical attention urgently. Whatever's happening to him physically is beyond my knowledge to assess. He was possessed, and the possession has been broken, I think, or the possessing entity has departed. I don't know what that does to the host." McGonagall crossed to Quirrell, crouched, assessed. "You did this?" "Yes." She looked at him. "How?" "I'll explain the full theory later if you'd like. The short version is that sustained magical contact at my core's specific frequency destabilizes the possession matrix." McGonagall stared at him. "Ironclasp's research," Harry added. "From the rehabilitation work. I noticed the frequency and worked backward." "You are 12, McGonagall said, in the tone of someone stating this less as a fact and more as a protest to the universe. "I'll be 13 in July," Harry said. She made a sound that was either exasperation or suppressed laughter or possibly both, and cast a Patronus that turned into a silver cat and was gone through the wall in the direction of the hospital wing. Then she stood up and looked at Harry directly. "The stone," she said. He put it on the floor in front of him. She looked at it. "You found it." The mirror's protection gave it to me when I looked into it. Dumbledore's design worked correctly. Whoever wants it for use can't get it, only someone who wants it to protect it. He paused. I want it given to the Flammels. Not stored here. Not under Dumbledore's direct authority. Directly to Nicholas Flamel, through Gringotts, because Gringotts will ensure the transfer is clean. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. That is, she said carefully, not within my authority to arrange. I know, Harry said. But it's within yours to recommend. And Dumbledore's position after the ICW censure means recommendations from his staff carry more weight with the board right now than his own. He paused. I'm asking you, Professor. Not for me. For the Flammels. It's their stone. McGonagall looked at the stone. Then at Harry. Her expression had the quality of a woman confronting the full scope of a situation she'd suspected but not committed to, finding it confirmed in ways that were simultaneously distressing and clarifying. You're going to be a great deal of trouble throughout your school career, she said, and it was absolutely not a criticism. Almost certainly, Harry agreed. She almost smiled. It was, Fleur would have recognized instantly, the almost smile of a person who has found something genuinely good in a situation that warranted it. Come, McGonagall said. The infirmary. Then we talk. Harry picked up the stone, and followed her out of the chamber, and did not look back at the mirror. Dumbledore came to the infirmary at midnight. Harry had been checked over by Madame Pomfrey, minor magical fatigue, the burns on his hands assessed and treated with the efficient competence of someone who had seen stranger things but was making notes regardless, and had been told to rest, which he was doing in the approximate way that people rested when they had significant things on their mind. Pomfrey had gone to check on Quirrell, who was in a curtained bed at the far end of the ward in a state that she had described to McGonagall in a low voice that Harry had heard anyway, magical depletion of the host system, consistent with extended possession and abrupt separation. He'll need weeks of support. Whether his core recovers significant function is unclear. He was alive. Harry had held on to that. Dumbledore came in and stood at the bedside, and he had the expression of someone who had received a sequence of reports and was assembling them in real time into a picture that required significant revision. Harry, he said. The stone is with McGonagall, Harry said. I've asked her to ensure it goes to the Flammels through Gringotts. I'd appreciate your support for that. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You handled it yourself. Yes. Without being asked. The alternative was waiting for you to arrange it, and Quirrell was moving tonight, and the window would have closed. Harry looked at him. I didn't do it to prove something to you. I did it because it needed doing. I know, Dumbledore said, and it had the quality of genuine admission rather than management. He sat in the chair beside the bed, not the posture of the headmaster receiving a student's account, but something more direct than that, a man sitting next to a person he'd wronged and had complicated feelings about. You put the mirror there, Harry said. As the last protection. You knew it was the right protection, but you also probably knew that someone with the right kind of, he searched for the word. Someone with the right relationship to desire could still use it. Someone who didn't want the stone for power. Yes, Dumbledore said. Did you expect me to be the one to go through? A long pause. I expected you to be involved. I had prepared contingencies. I had not expected. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone past a certain kind of pretense, and what was underneath was not the warmth of the public performance but something more honest and therefore more human. I had not expected you to have already thought of everything I'd thought of, and several things I hadn't. Ironclasp's rehabilitation data, Harry said. The frequency work. That was genuinely unexpected. That was something I found by accident and followed the logic of. The possession counter, Dumbledore said. Yes. I know that technique, it's ancient theory, almost no one practices it because the risk is, he stopped. You sustained contact. Long enough. Dumbledore was quiet. And Quirrell? He got a window, Harry said. I don't know if he could have used it. But I gave him one. He looked at the curtained bed at the far end. That felt important. Dumbledore made a sound. Small, quiet, the sound of someone having a feeling they hadn't prepared for. Your mother, he said, very softly, would have done the same thing. Harry looked at him. She had that quality. The ability to see a person inside a situation rather than simply the situation. He paused. I have missed her very much, for a very long time, and I made decisions in the wake of that loss that I told myself were protection and were partly, he stopped. Were partly the decisions of a man who was frightened and reached for control because it felt like a substitute for safety. The infirmary was very quiet. I'm not forgiving you tonight, Harry said. Not unkindly. What you did, the compounds, the Dursleys, all of it, I need a lot more time with it than one conversation. But I'm telling you that clearly so you don't have to guess. That's fair, Dumbledore said. I also need you to understand that working together, if we do, is not going to look like you running things and me executing them. It's going to look like two people with different information sharing it and making decisions together. He paused. I'm willing to do that. If you are. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, this 12-year-old in a hospital bed with burnt hands and a quality of settled certainty that had nothing young about it. I'm willing, he said. Good, Harry said. Then start with the Flammels. And then we need to talk about Voldemort, because whatever I broke tonight in Quirrell, it was a fragment, and the fragment is still out there, and I need to know what you know about the others. Dumbledore's expression confirmed, without his saying it, that there were others. Yes, he said. That conversation is long overdue. We'll have it this week, Harry said. Not tonight. Tonight I'm going to sleep, as Madame Pomfrey has probably already decided whether or not I'm going to listen to her. She has, said Pomfrey's voice, from behind the curtain, in the tone of a woman who had been listening the entire time and had decided that the conversation had concluded properly. Dumbledore stood. He was at the door when Harry said, the ICW hearing. The censure. That stands. Dumbledore stopped. I'm not saying that to punish you, Harry said. I'm saying it because it has to stand for it to mean anything. For it to matter that it happened. A pause. The people who did what was done to me need to see that it was documented and had consequences. Not because I need the satisfaction of it. Because the next child who might have those compounds in their blood needs the precedent to exist. A very long silence. Yes, Dumbledore said, and there was something in it that was neither the warm authority nor the honest admission of the conversation before, but something older and more personal. You're right. It stands. He left. The infirmary was quiet. Harry lay back against the pillows and looked at the ceiling and thought about 7 remaining compounds in his blood, and a stone on its way to the Flammels, and a man in a curtained bed at the end of the ward who had gotten his window, and Sirius Black in Azkaban with an ICW review on the way, and Fleur in France with a letter he hadn't written yet but was composing in his head. He thought about the voice in the mirror, not Voldemort's voice, not the layered one, but the mirror itself, the inscription, I show not your face but your heart's desire. He'd seen himself pocketing the stone. Safe, not used. He hadn't seen anything else. No parents, no perfect world, no resolution of every complicated thing that needed resolving. Just himself, doing a useful thing with something powerful, and the pocket empty afterward. He thought that was probably right. That the truest version of what he wanted was not to have things, but to act correctly with the things he was given. He also thought he was 12 years old and very tired and the ceiling needed repainting in 2 places, and that tomorrow Hermione was going to have an extremely detailed debrief prepared, and Ron was going to want to tell the story of the chess game to someone before he burst, and Neville was going to hear about it secondhand and have questions. And the school year had 3 weeks left in it and he intended to pass his exams with scores that would make Morneau satisfied. He closed his eyes. Outside the infirmary window, Scotland was getting toward the end of spring, the nights still cold but the days warm enough now that the loch had stopped looking grey and had started looking blue, and the grounds were full of the particular light of a place that was trying its best, regardless of what happened inside it. It kept trying. That was something. Chapter 6, What We Carry Forward. Geneva in July was a different world from Scotland in June. The ICW headquarters sat on the western shore of the lake, a long pale building with high windows that caught the morning light and threw it across marble floors in sheets of gold. It had the specific architecture of institutions that wished to project permanence: columns, carved stone, the weight of a building designed to outlast the people inside it. The lake outside was blue and still and improbably beautiful, which Harry had noticed was a common feature of places where consequential things happened, as if the world felt it owed you something decent to look at. He sat in the preparation room adjacent to the main chamber with Apollon on his left and Jean on his right and Ironclasp across the table, going through the final documentation sequence with the focused satisfaction of someone who had spent 8 months building something and was now watching it get used for what it was built for. The hearing was the formal sentencing stage. The findings had been established at the first hearing, 10 months ago. The censure had been issued. What today determined was consequence: what the ICW actually did with a former chief warlock who had systematically suppressed a magical child's development for 11 years, and what legal standing that created for subsequent actions. Harry was 13 now. Had been for 3 weeks, which still felt slightly novel, though Gabrielle had told him firmly that 13 was much better than 12 because 12 was a baby age and 13 was a real one, and Harry had agreed because arguing with Gabrielle was less efficient than agreeing and then doing whatever he'd intended anyway. "Tell me the likely outcomes in order of probability," Harry said. Ironclasp looked up from his documentation. "You want this now?" "I want it now." "Formal censure sustained, which is already on record. Criminal referral to the British Wizarding Court, which is what we're pushing for and which has perhaps a 60% likelihood given the current composition of the ICW panel. Mandatory monitoring of his activities regarding you specifically, which is near certain regardless of the criminal referral." Ironclasp set down his quill. "The British court is the complicated part. They are slow, they are deferential to institutional figures, and Dumbledore has 40 years of accumulated political goodwill that does not simply evaporate." "But it's been eroding," Jean said. The profit coverage after the first hearing. The Beauxbatons public statement. The Hogwarts Board of Governors review. He was in his professional mode, external relations, the quiet competency of someone who read institutions the way other people read maps. He is diminished. Whether he is held criminally accountable is a separate question from whether he still functions as an unchecked authority. He does not. That is already changed. "It has to be more than diminished," Harry said. "Yes," Apollon said. "Which is why we are here." She was in navy blue robes today, her silver blonde hair pinned precisely, and she had the quality she always had before something consequential, the absolute composure of a person who had prepared comprehensively and was therefore free to be entirely present rather than managing anxiety. Harry had studied this quality for 2 years and still found it instructive. "The serious situation," Harry said. "The review completed 3 weeks ago," Jean said. "The findings are being presented today as a concurrent matter. The connection between his wrongful incarceration and the broader pattern of due process violations in the Potter case is documented and included in the Gringotts submission." He paused. "He will be here today." Harry was quiet for a moment. He had thought about Sirius Black for most of the summer. He'd read the documentation, the Gringotts case file, the bare facts of the arrest without trial, the 12 years in Azkaban, the photograph in Ironclasp's records showing a man at arrest who had the specific wildness of grief rather than guilt, a distinction Harry had found himself able to identify perhaps because he'd been studying expressions for 2 years with the deliberate attention of someone learning a language. He didn't know Sirius Black. He had a godfather who was a stranger who had spent 12 years in the worst place in the wizarding world for something he hadn't done, and today he was going to meet him, and Harry had no framework for this that was adequate because his frameworks for family were the Delacours, which was warm and functional and chosen, and the Dursleys, which was cold and functional and not chosen, and whatever Sirius was going to be was neither of those things. "Is he all right?" Harry asked. Jean and Apollon exchanged a look that had more in it than most people's paragraphs. "He is alive and physically stable," Jean said. "He is recovering. 12 years in Azkaban is not a thing a person simply recovers from. He is trying, which counts for considerably more than most things." "He asked about you," Apollon added. "When we met with him last week. That was most of what he asked about. How you were. What you were like." A pause. "We told him you were manageable." "You told him I was manageable," Harry repeated. "I said it was our working assessment." Jean said it was optimistic. Harry looked at Jean, who had the expression of a man who stood by his assessment. "Fair," Harry said. The door opened. Prevost came in, robes slightly hurried, documentation case under his arm. "We're ready in the chamber. Panel is seated. Dumbledore's legal team has submitted a final addendum, nothing new, more of the same contextual framing, and the Weasley matter has been noted for the record." "The Weasley matter," Apollon said. "Molly Weasley submitted a character statement on Dumbledore's behalf," Prevost said. "It's formally received. It will carry the weight it deserves, which is limited." Harry thought of Ron, who had said in his last letter, "Mum submitted a statement. She genuinely believes it." I don't know how to argue with genuine belief, even when it's wrong. Dad didn't submit one. And then, after a brief gap, chess regional qualifier next month. If you're back in England before then, come watch. You can watch me lose to a 12-year-old from Bristol and tell me it's tactically instructive. He'd written back, "I'll be there. And it's not tactically instructive, it's just losing. Sometimes you just lose and then you get better." Ron had replied with a single word, "rude." Which meant he'd laughed. "We're ready," Harry said. The main chamber of the ICW was built for formality, tiered seating, a central floor, the panel elevated on a curved dais that gave every person seated on it the slight advantage of height that institutions loved. The gallery was full, press, representatives from 7 international magical bodies, Hogwarts board members, and a significant number of people Harry didn't recognize who had come for reasons of their own. He walked in with Apollon and Jean and sat at the petitioner's table, and he looked at Dumbledore's side of the chamber the way he looked at everything, straight, clear, without the flinch. Dumbledore was there with his legal team, 3 people in grey robes who were very good at their jobs, Harry knew, because Gringotts had assessed them. He looked older today than he had in the infirmary in June. Not physically older, he had always been old, but worn in a different way, like something that had been under sustained pressure and was showing it. He met Harry's eyes across the chamber and held them, and Harry held them back, and neither of them looked away, but there was nothing combative in it now. It was more like 2 people who had said everything that needed saying and were now waiting for the formal world to catch up with the conversation they'd already had. Beside Dumbledore's team, slightly separated, sat Lucius Malfoy with his own legal counsel. He was immaculate and composed and wore the expression of a man who had concluded that the best available strategy was elegant distance from the proceedings, presenting himself as a peripheral figure who happened to appear in the documentation rather than a central one. Harry had read Hermione's research before leaving Hogwarts. She'd found it in the restricted section, not the modified compound itself, but the theoretical framework that preceded it, published in a private research journal under a Malfoy-funded imprint in 1979. The lead theorist listed was not a name Harry recognized, but the acknowledgement section thanked, among others, Severus Tobias Snape, then 19, for invaluable consultation on metabolic integration modeling. He hadn't done anything with this yet. He'd shown it to Apollon, who had added it to the documentation case and said in time, which was her way of indicating that something was correctly identified and correctly timed, and that she had a plan for it that wasn't today's plan. Today was today's plan. The panel coordinator called the chamber to order in French, then English, then German, the three official ICW languages, and the formal proceedings opened with the precision and slight tedium of processes that had been constructed by people who distrusted improvisation. Harry didn't find it tedious. He found it interesting in the way that all correctly functioning systems were interesting. You could see the architecture of the values in the procedure, what the system thought mattered, what it had decided to protect. Ironclass presented the Gringotts medical case first. He did it in the tone he used for everything, precise, unadorned, the facts in the order they were relevant. 41 compounds. Metabolic integration timeline placing first administration in infancy. Core suppression effects and their developmental consequences. He presented it the way a craftsman presented work. Here is what was done, here is how it was done, here is what it did. The chamber was very quiet throughout. Dumbledore's legal team cross-examined on the certainty of the timeline, on the scope of the metabolic evidence, on alternative explanations for the compound signatures. The lead counsel was thorough and skilled. Ironclasp answered every question with the unhurried certainty of a master healer who had been doing this for 40 years and had no anxiety about his findings because his findings were correct. By the end of the cross-examination, the questions had not changed the substance of the evidence but had, through their failure to change it, made it more solid. Then it was Harry's turn. He stood. He walked to the witness position in the center of the chamber floor. He was 13, which in the ICW chamber meant he was presented with an adult witness chair and an interpreter offer that he declined, and a Veritaserum waiver that he also declined because he'd asked Apollon about this 6 months ago and she'd said you are the injured party. You do not take Veritaserum to prove your own experience to a panel that has the documentation to verify it independently. He didn't feel nervous. He'd expected to feel nervous and found that he didn't, which he traced to the same thing he'd traced most of his reliable self-possession to, 2 years of Apollon Delacour telling him, with the quiet consistency of someone stating bedrock truth, that he was allowed to take up space, to be the full size of himself, to speak in rooms that expected him to be smaller. He looked at the panel. I was 9 years old when Healer Ironclasp ran the initial scan, he said. I want to tell you what I understood about my life before that morning, because I think the medical evidence is more meaningful when you know what it felt like from inside it. He told them. He told them about the cupboard. About the height chart on the back of the door in crayon. About learning to cook at 6 because that was expected. About turning in wrong answers on tests because getting better grades than Dudley was not permitted. About the muffled quality of his magic, the reaching for something that was almost there, every day of his childhood, and never knowing that was unusual because he had no comparison point. He told them about Apollon crouching in front of the diagnostic chair and saying, I need you to understand that there is no wrong answer. He told them what it was like to hear someone say that for the first time. He kept his voice even throughout. Not performatively even, the emotion was there, he didn't pretend otherwise, but contained, directed, the emotion serving the account rather than overwhelming it. He was aware, in the way he was always aware of rooms, that the gallery was very still and that several panel members had stopped writing and were just listening. He finished with this, I'm not here today because I want Albus Dumbledore to suffer. I don't. I'm here because what was done to me was documented, and because documentation without consequence is just a record of something going wrong. It needs to be a record of something being made right. He paused. And I'm here because the next child who might have those compounds in their blood, or something like them, the next child who is told, by an institution that's supposed to protect them, that what's being done to them is care, that child needs to know that there is a process, and the process works, and the people who did the thing will stand in a room like this one and answer for it. He looked at the panel. That's what I'm asking for today. Not revenge. A precedent. He went back to his seat. Apollon's hand found his arm briefly under the table, not a grip, just a touch, there and gone, the way Jean touched shoulders. Acknowledgement. Jean was looking at his documentation but the quality of his stillness said he'd been listening to every word. Dumbledore's closing testimony came after lunch. He stood at the witness position with the bearing of a man who had decided that honesty was now both the right choice and the only viable one, and he spoke for 20 minutes without the warmth of his public performance and without the strategic framing of his legal team's approach. He spoke plainly. He said he had believed, genuinely and completely, that suppressing Harry Potter's power and profile was necessary protection against Voldemort's return. He said he had made the decision for what he considered to be the greater good. He used that phrase and then stopped and looked at his own hands for a moment, because Albus Dumbledore knew better than most people what that phrase could justify, had known since he was young, and the hearing room was old enough and present enough that the irony was not private. He said he had been wrong. He said it without qualification or mitigation, not wrong given what we now know or wrong in ways I couldn't have foreseen, but wrong, present tense of an adjective with no escape hatch. He said he would accept whatever the panel determined was appropriate. Harry listened to this from across the chamber and thought about the conversation in the hospital wing, and the one in the corridor, and all the ones that were still coming, and felt something that was complicated and honest and not fully resolved and probably would not be for a long time. He also thought that Dumbledore was, even now, a man doing what he'd always done, performing the correct version of himself at the correct moment. That the honesty was real and the management of the honesty was also real, and those two things could coexist, and that was not a reason to dismiss the honesty, but it was a reason to hold it at the appropriate distance. He thought Fleur would agree with that assessment. He'd write to her tonight. The panel deliberated for 2 hours. The gallery rustled and murmured and people went for coffee and came back, and Harry sat with his team and reviewed ironclast secondary documentation on the compound source research and the Snape annotation question, which Apollon had flagged for a separate proceeding at a time she hadn't specified yet, and waited. The panel returned. Formal censure sustained. Criminal referral to the British Wizarding Prosecution Office, binding, with a 6-month timeline for the British side to initiate proceedings or face ICW enforcement action. Mandatory monitoring of Dumbledore's activities regarding Harry Potter specifically, quarterly review, 5-year term. Financial reparation to Harry Potter through the Gringotts Trust mechanism, Apollon and Jean Delacour appointed as co-trustees alongside Ironclasp. On the Malfoy-funded research question, a separate ICW investigation to be opened within 30 days, scope defined as the development and commercial application of modified suppression compounds, all relevant parties to be interviewed under veritaserum if the investigation warranted it. Lucius Malfoy's expression did not change. But he said something brief to his legal counsel in a tone that Harry, reading his lips from across the chamber, interpreted as, immediately. Good. The concurrent matter of Sirius Orion Black, wrongful incarceration finding upheld. Immediate release ordered. Full clearing of record. Reparation to be determined at a secondary hearing within 45 days. A formal finding of due process violation against the British Ministry of Magic, with a required reform of the arrest without trial provisions within 18 months. Harry let out a breath. Sirius Black was in the corridor outside the chamber. He was thinner than his Gringotts photograph, which Harry hadn't thought was possible. He had dark hair that was clean now but still had the quality of having been very unkempt for a very long time. His robes were new, someone had organized that, but he wore them with the slight awkwardness of someone still relearning the texture of ordinary things. He was standing with a Gringotts escort when Harry came out of the chamber with Apollon and Jean, and he turned, and he saw Harry, and for a moment he looked like a man who had been holding something for a very long time and had just been given permission to set it down. Harry looked at him. He'd prepared for this the way he prepared for most things, with information, with the understanding that preparation reduced the gap between what you expected and what arrived. He'd read everything available. He'd formed a picture. The picture was not adequate. The real version of Sirius Black, standing in a corridor in Geneva with 12 years of Azkaban behind him and complicated eyes that were unmistakably the eyes of someone who had loved James and Lily Potter absolutely and lost them completely and was now looking at the living echo of both of them, the real version was considerably more than information could prepare you for. "Hi," Harry said. Sirius made a sound. It was brief and rough and he controlled it quickly, pressing his mouth together, jaw tight. "Hi," he managed. They stood there for a moment. "You look like your dad," Sirius said. His voice was rougher than the photograph had suggested it would be. "Around the eyes, though, and the way you had the same look when you came out of that room that James got after a complicated situation. Like you'd already worked out what came next before anyone else knew the current thing was finished." "People keep telling me things about my parents," Harry said. "I don't have any memories of them." "I know." Sirius looked at him steadily. "I have enough for both of us. If you want them." Harry had spent considerable time thinking about the answer to that question, because it had been coming for months and he'd known it, and the honest answer was, yes, urgently, with the particular hunger of someone who had grown up with an absence at the center and was now being offered something that could partly fill it. But also, carefully. Not in a corridor in Geneva with the hearing still warm behind them. "Not today," Harry said. "But yes. I want them." Sirius nodded. He looked like he'd been prepared for much worse. "The legal proceedings," Harry continued. "The reparation hearing in 45 days. You're going to need representation. Gringotts can recommend someone, or," he paused. "Jean might know someone good." Jean, who had been standing at an appropriate distance, said without looking up from his documentation, "I know 3 someones. I'll send names." Sirius blinked at Jean. Then at Apollon. Then back at Harry with an expression that was recalibrating several things simultaneously. "These are the people who," he started. "Yes," Harry said. They took you in." "Apollon organized it very quickly," Harry said. "She's efficient." Apollon, who had also been maintaining appropriate distance, said, "Efficiency is more useful than sentiment in most situations." She paused, and looked at Sirius with the steady assessment she used on rooms and people, and said, "You are Harry's godfather." "Yes," Sirius said. "You have a great deal to recover from." "Yes. You are welcome to visit us in the Dordogne while you do that," she said. "We have room, and the valley is good for," a very slight pause, "reorientation. Harry will be there for most of August." Sirius stared at her. "She means it," Harry said. "She says things she means. It saves time." Sirius looked between them, and for a moment the controlled expression broke into something that was not quite composed but was entirely real, the face of a man who had expected to emerge from 12 years of Azkaban into a world that had moved on without him, and was finding instead that it had, improbably, prepared a place. "Thank you," he said, and it came out rough. "Don't thank me," Apollon said. "Jean will send the names tonight." She turned, with the precision of a woman who had accomplished what she came to accomplish and had a schedule to return to. "Harry. We have the Gringotts debrief in an hour." "I know," Harry said. He looked at Sirius for one more moment. Sirius looked back. Neither of them had the language yet for what was in the space between them, the specific grief and hope and obligation and possibility of 2 people who were family in ways that circumstance had interrupted and hadn't managed to permanently prevent. "August," Harry said. "August," Sirius agreed. Harry followed Apollon and Jean down the corridor, and Sirius stood in the light from the high windows and watched him go, and the expression on his face was something that 12 years in a grey cell had nearly extinguished and hadn't quite managed to, something that was composed of equal parts of James Potter's laugh and Lily Potter's determination and something that was purely and entirely Harry himself, and Sirius thought, "I'm going to be all right. Eventually. I'm going to be all right." The Gringotts debrief was 2 hours and comprehensive, and Harry paid attention to all of it with the discipline he'd developed for things that required sustained attention. Ironclasp reviewed the trust arrangements, the monitoring protocol, the timeline for the British prosecution. Prevost closed the formal ICW case record, which involved signing 17 documents in a specific order for reasons that made sense to archivists and no one else. Jean reviewed the Malfoy investigation referral with the focus of someone storing information for later use. Afterward, while Jean and Apollon were in a final meeting with the ICW panel chair, Harry sat in a side room with Ironclasp and said, "The last 7 compounds." Ironclasp opened his case. "Down to 3 since the last count." "When will it be 0? 4 to 6 weeks. Your body is clearing them naturally now, the accelerant work is done, it's just the residual." He paused. "When it reaches 0, I want to run a full core assessment. The suppression is gone, but we haven't been able to fully assess the ceiling without it because the ceiling has still been developing." "And your estimate?" "My estimates have been conservative," Ironclasp said, "because the alternative is making claims I cannot substantiate yet." He looked at Harry with the directness of someone who had decided the time for conservative framing was past. "Extraordinary. That is what I expect the assessment to show. You are already, at 13, operating at a level that most trained adults do not reach. When the last compounds are gone and the core has another year of unimpeded development, I do not have a comparison point." He paused. "I say this not to make you arrogant. I say it because you should know what you are working with." "Morneau says the same thing," Harry said. "She says I'm sloppy with emotional precision work." "She is still right," Ironclasp said. "Power without precision is a large fire in a small room." "I know." Harry looked at the window. Geneva blue outside, the lake impossibly pretty. "I know what I am. I've known since the wall cracked in France. I'm not frightened of it." A pause. "I need to keep getting better, faster than the things I'm going to have to face." Ironclasp was quiet for a moment. "Voldemort. He's not gone. Whatever I broke in Quirrell was a fragment. There are others. Dumbledore is going to tell me about them, we've started that conversation." He looked at Ironclasp. "I need to be ready." "You will be," Ironclasp said, with the same certainty he applied to medical facts. "You have been building the correct foundations." "With your help," Harry said. "And everyone else's." Ironclasp made the small sound he made when something was correct and didn't require expansion. Then he said, "Your letter last week. The Snape question." Harry waited. "I have consulted with colleagues regarding the metabolic integration model in the 1979 publication you identified. The annotation in the acknowledgements is significant. But there is something else, something Madame Delacour's team found in their own research, which she asked me to confirm." He reached into his case and produced a single page. Snape was 17 when the model was developed. The annotations are in his hand. But the model itself, the specific innovation that allowed the compound to be administered to infants, traces to a theoretical paper written by Lily Potter, née Evans, in her 7th year at Hogwarts. Published in the school's internal academic journal in 1978. Harry went very still. "The paper was about magical core development in early childhood," Ironclasp said. "An extraordinary piece of work for a 17-year-old. It was foundational in several legitimate areas of developmental magical medicine." He paused. "It was also, when combined with the Malfoy research that Snape contributed to, the theoretical basis for what was done to you." A long silence. "She didn't know," Harry said. "No. She could not have known. The application of her work was a later development and she died before it was fully realized." Ironclasp folded his hands. "But someone knew, when they chose to use those specific compounds on you. Someone knew the theory came from your mother's work." "I cannot tell you whether Snape knew that at the time." Harry thought about Snape's face in the potions dungeon. The question about the modified variants. The expression behind the dark eyes, not cruelty, exactly. Something more complicated than cruelty. The expression of a man carrying something very heavy in a way that had crippled his relationship to honesty. "He knew," Harry said quietly. "I think he's known the whole time." Ironclasp said nothing. "That's a conversation for a different day," Harry said. Not avoidance, genuine assessment of timing, the thing Apollon had taught him. The right information in the wrong moment is wasted. Wait for the moment when the truth can land correctly. Yes, Ironclasp agreed. Put it in the documentation. Already done. Harry nodded. He put his hands flat on the table and looked at them, the hands that had held Quirrell's face, that had cracked a stone wall in a French garden, that had been too small and too thin when a Beauxbatons carriage pulled up in Surrey and a French woman had crouched in front of a diagnostic chair and said, "There is no wrong answer." He thought about his mother writing a paper at 17 about magical core development. Brilliant and thorough and entirely without knowledge of what it would one day be used for. He thought about the specific cruelty of it, that the weapon used to diminish him had been built, partly, from his mother's own gift. He thought about all the ways the world tried to use people's best qualities against them, and how the answer to that, the only answer that actually worked, was not to make yourself smaller or guard yourself better, but to become so completely and unmistakably yourself that there was no angle left for it. 3 compounds remaining. He had a Gringotts assessment in 4 to 6 weeks. He had August in the Dordogne, with Sirius learning to be human again in a valley that was good for reorientation, and Gabrielle who would set his place at dinner like he'd never been gone, and Jean who would drink coffee in the morning in the garden and talk about interesting things in the unhurried way of a man who had learned that good conversations shouldn't be rushed. And Fleur. He thought about Fleur, who was 15 now and had written him 12 letters this term, not counting the quick notes, just the real ones, the long ones in their French and English mix that were the truest record of how they actually spoke to each other, which was without performance or management or the careful self-editing that most people applied to most interactions. With Fleur he said things straight because she'd established, from the very first conversation in the community center in Little Whinging, that straight was the only mode she was going to bother with. The last letter had been from 2 weeks ago. He'd read it 4 times, which was 2 more times than he'd read anything else this term except Hermione's research notes on Voldemort's known timeline. The Beauxbatons third-year cohort has presented me with a situation I will describe as character building, which means it is intensely irritating and I have not yet decided whether to be directly irritating back or simply to be competent in ways that make their irritation irrelevant. You will say the second. I know you will say the second. I am going to say the second to myself for several days until I believe it. Maman says the hearing will go well. She says it with the specific certainty she uses for things she has personally ensured will go correctly rather than things she is hoping will go correctly. I find this reassuring. Gabrielle has been practicing Accio on increasingly large objects. Yesterday she Accio'd the kitchen table. The kitchen table. Papa was very calm about it. Maman was less calm, but in the way she gets that means she is actually proud and is concealing it because encouragement at that specific moment would have been impractical. Tell me how the hearing goes. Tell me everything. J'ai hâte de te revoir. I'll see you in August. He wrote her back right there, in the side room of the Gringotts Geneva office, because some letters didn't need to wait. The hearing went well. All of it. Sirius is free. The Malfoy investigation is opening. Dumbledore is being held accountable in the ways that matter. Ironclasp told me something today about your mother's research that I'll tell you in person because it deserves a proper conversation rather than a letter. Tell Gabrielle that Accio on large objects is impressive and also that she should check whether the table has legs again before anyone sits on it. 3 compounds left. Ironclasp says 4 to 6 weeks. I'll be there in August. We have things to talk about and I'm better at talking now than I was in Surrey 2 years ago, though the bar was low. Je suis content. I don't say that much. But today I am. He sent it with the Gringotts courier owl that Ironclasp made available, because Voltaire was in France and would have objected to being summoned anyway, and he stood up and stretched and went to find Apollon and Jean. The emancipation paperwork was Jean's territory, and he handled it the way he handled most complicated things, thoroughly, without commentary on the complexity, in the manner of someone who had decided that obstacles were problems to be solved rather than conditions to be complained about. It wasn't immediate. Harry was 13, and the legal emancipation of a minor in the British wizarding system required specific grounds, and the grounds in this case were both exceptional and extensively documented. Jean had been building the application for 4 months. The ICW hearing findings, the criminal referral, the evidence of sustained harm by the registered magical guardian, all of it fed into a petition to the British Ministry for Wizengamot ratification of partial emancipation, which would give Harry legal standing as an adult in specific domains: property, medical decisions, educational choices. Full emancipation at 15, Jean said, going over the timeline. Partial now gives you the operational independence you need while maintaining protective legal frameworks. Dumbledore's magical guardianship is already void under the hearing findings. The Dursleys' Muggle guardianship is being formally terminated. Apollon and I remain ICW co-guardians until the full emancipation. And the Gringotts Trust, Harry said. Operational immediately. The reparation settlement funds it. Your parents' estate funds the rest. It's been in trust since you were 15 months old, accruing. Jean paused. It is substantial. Harry had not spent much time thinking about money, mostly because he hadn't had occasion to think about it in the cupboard, and then because in France the Delacours had been straightforwardly generous and he'd been straightforwardly grateful and they'd all avoided making it a thing. How substantial? Jean told him. Harry sat with that for a moment. Right, he said, in the same tone he used when something presented itself as a large number and needed a moment to be a normal number. You don't have to think about what to do with it immediately, Jean said. The trust has management protocols. But you should know it exists. I want to set some aside, Harry said. For the Quirrell situation. Medical costs. His rehabilitation, I don't know what his situation is now, whether he has family, whether he has anything. But if he doesn't, I want there to be something. A pause. I gave him a window. The least I can do is make sure the window leads somewhere. Jean looked at him. It was the look he gave things that were being assessed properly. I'll arrange it, Jean said. Discreetly. Of course. Apollon came in while they were finishing the documentation with the quality she had after significant days, not tired exactly, but finished, in the way that a project was finished when it was complete. She sat down and took the coffee Jean produced from somewhere and drank it and looked at Harry. The Snape question, she said. Ironclasp told you. He sent me the documentation simultaneously. She set down the coffee. It is as I suspected. The theoretical source. Mum's paper, Harry said. Yes. A pause. I want you to know that I have known the likely outline of this for several months and chose not to tell you until the hearing was finished because I did not want it to influence your testimony. Your account needed to be about your experience, not about additional context. You were right, Harry said. It would have changed the tone. Yes. She looked at him steadily. How are you with it? A real question, the kind Apollon asked specifically, not a courtesy, but a request for an accurate answer. He thought about it. Angry, he said. But the anger is, it has a shape. It's not diffuse. It's pointed at specific things for specific reasons, which means it's something I can do something about rather than something I'm just feeling. Good, she said, exactly as Fleur had said it, 2 years ago, in a summer kitchen in France when he'd said the same thing for the first time. He thought about how long he'd been here. How completely the shape of things had changed. He thought about the height chart in crayon on the back of a cupboard door in Surrey, and the blank photograph he'd carried in a too small backpack, and the thestral pressing its nose to his palm in the last of the Tuesday sun. I want to tell you something, Harry said, and his voice came out differently than the debrief tone, less organized, more direct. He looked at Apollon and Jean together. They had a quality, the two of them, that he'd noticed from the first evening in the kitchen, something that was specifically two people who had decided to build something together and had built it, and the thing they'd built was both a home and a habit of seeing clearly. "When I was in the alley with Quirrell," he said, "and after, when I was waiting for McGonagall, I thought about what you'd said. Both of you. Apollon, that first morning, you said what I am doing is not a favor. It is a response to an injustice. And you said it in the same tone you used for everything else, and it was the most radical thing anyone had ever said to me. Neither of them said anything. Because I'd been told my whole life that anything I received was something I should be grateful for. That I was contingent on someone else's generosity, and if the generosity stopped, so did I. And you just said it wasn't like that. Said it as a fact." He paused. "I needed to tell you that it changed something. Not just the situation. Me. The way I understood what I was." Apollon put down her coffee. "Harry," she said, and her voice had a quality he rarely heard from her, something underneath the precision, something that was not managed but allowed. "You changed yourself. We only," she paused, searching. "We only gave you the correct conditions. The rest was you." "Still," he said. Jean looked at the documentation in front of him, and then at Harry, and said with the quietness of a man making a precise statement, "You are ours. Not legally, not as property, not contingently. You are part of this family in the way that families are made, by choosing to be, and then continuing to choose." He paused. "That does not diminish your godfather, or complicate your parents' memory. It is simply also true." Harry looked at him. He thought about the first night in France, the room with the window overlooking the valley, the wardrobe with actual clothes, the bed that had taken his weight with the solid generosity of a good mattress. He thought about Gabrielle setting his place at dinner for the weeks he was at school because she refused to acknowledge absence. He thought about the compass in Fleur's chest and what it had recognized, 2 years ago, in a community center in Surrey, not something romantic, not yet, not at 9, but something older and more structural than that, something that had looked at a small thin boy trying to be invisible in a crowd and said, "That one. That's the one." And had been right, in the way that old magic was right, not because it decided things but because it saw them clearly. He thought about North. "Thank you," he said. Apollon looked like she was going to tell him to stop thanking her, and then stopped herself, which was an extremely rare event, and he registered it as significant. "You're welcome," she said. August came the way the Dordogne Valley received everything, warmly, unhurriedly, with the particular southern light that made everything look slightly more real than it usually did. Harry arrived on a Friday afternoon with 2 trunks that were considerably heavier than the backpack he'd left with 2 years ago, and Gabrielle was at the front door before the carriage had fully stopped, vibrating with the specific energy of a 6-year-old who had been told someone was arriving and had been monitoring the gate for approximately 4 hours. "You're here," she announced. "I'm here," he confirmed. She grabbed his hand and pulled him inside with the authority of someone conducting a tour of their own domain, and the house was exactly as it always was, warm stone and lavender and the ambient magic of old wards, and the kitchen smelling like something that had been in the oven since morning. Fleur was in the garden. He found her there when he deposited his trunks and changed out of travel clothes, sitting on the stone wall where she'd sat 2 years ago when he'd first cast properly, silver blonde in the August sun, reading something that she put down when he came through the garden door. They looked at each other. She was 15. He was 13. The gap in age that had been enormous at 9 and 9 felt entirely different at 15 and 13, and would feel different again at 20 and 18, and different again at 30 and 28, in the way that age gaps resettled as people became more fully themselves. What he saw was someone who had known him from the beginning of knowing himself, who had been consistent the entire time, who had written 12 real letters and however many quick notes, and who had said, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." No, that was the mirror, but it felt like the same truth, the same recognition. What she saw, he didn't know precisely, but the compass in her chest, he knew it well enough now to know its quality, settled into its truest pointing. "You look different," she said. 2 years of France, he said. I've been filling out. It's not that. She looked at him with the directness she'd had from the very first stare in Little Whinging. You look like yourself. He sat down on the wall beside her. Below them, the valley went on in its unconcerned way, green and gold in the August heat, the river catching light at the bottom. 3 compounds left, he said. And then? Ironclasp assessment in 4 weeks. Full core evaluation. And then? Second year. More work on the Voldemort problem. Snape conversation at some point. A pause. Sirius is coming in 3 weeks. He's been in St. Mungo's for observation, magical fatigue from the Azkaban rehabilitation. He's been writing. What does he write about? My dad, mostly. Stories. He told me about the time James and he enchanted the Hogwarts trophy room to play the school song at inappropriate volumes every time someone tried to silence it. Took 3 professors and a consultant to undo. He paused. He said my dad's favorite hex was a tickling charm because he thought laughter was more instructive than pain and also funnier. Fleur smiled. It was the real one, not the composed one. He sounds like someone you would have liked, she said. Yes, Harry said. The word was simple and held everything. They sat on the wall for a while in the August quiet. Somewhere inside the house Gabrielle was explaining something with great energy to Jean, and the kitchen smells drifted out through the open window, and the valley below them did its unconcerned valley thing. The hearing, Fleur said. Tell me everything. You wrote that there were things better said in person. The Snape thing first, he said. Because it's the most important. He told her. She listened the way she always listened, completely, without half her attention on what she was going to say next, just fully receiving it. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. Your mother's paper, she said. Yes. Used for the thing that was meant to diminish you. Yes. That is, she stopped. Started differently. She was brilliant. Her work was brilliant. And someone took it and used it against you. That is the kind of thing that would be unbearable if you let it be. It would, Harry agreed. I've decided not to let it be. How? By being what her work was actually about. Core development in early childhood. She was writing about how magic grows, how the potential expands when conditions are right. He looked at the valley. That's what I'm doing. Every time I cast something I shouldn't be able to cast yet, every time Ironclasp looks at his assessment and goes quiet, that's her work. The real version of it. Not the weaponized version. Fleur looked at him. That's good, she said. Not the approval good that people said to make someone feel better. The honest good of someone identifying something correctly handled. Morneau would say it's also excellent motivation for the precision work, he said. Fleur laughed. It surprised him the same way it had surprised him 2 years ago, because it was entirely genuine and therefore startling, and the warm afternoon caught it. She would, Fleur said. I'm going to tell her you said that. She'll assign me 20 extra repetitions as acknowledgement. Probably. They sat together in the August sun and the valley went on below them and the house behind them held the sound of people who had built something and chosen to keep choosing it, and Harry thought about the year ahead, Snape and the Voldemort problem and Sirius learning to be human again and the core assessment in 4 weeks and whatever came after that. He thought about the compass needle, which he'd come to understand over 2 years not as something that bound or obligated but as something that simply knew, that had recognized, in a community center in Surrey on a Tuesday, something worth recognizing, and had been consistently, quietly right. He thought about North, and what it meant that he was North, and what it meant that there was a person for whom North was a direction rather than a metaphor, not a destination, not a destiny, just a direction. Something to orient by. He thought about 3 compounds dissolving in his blood, and the assessment in 4 weeks, and Ironclasp's careful non-estimate, and the ceiling that hadn't been found yet. He thought about all of it, and it was a great deal, and the sun was warm, and the valley was green, and Gabrielle had apparently recruited Jean into whatever she was building inside the house because his voice had joined hers at the same elevated enthusiasm level. "Next year," Harry said. "Second year," Fleur said. "There will be things. There are always things. More things than last year." "Probably," she agreed. "You seem significantly better at things than you were a year ago. 2 years ago I was in a cupboard. Now you are on a wall in France with 3 compounds and declining." "Significant upgrade," he said. "Undeniable," she said, with the precision that was her fundamental mode, the precision that had been the first thing she'd showed him about herself, that she meant what she said, and said what she meant, and the world was simpler and better for it. Below the wall, the valley held its light. Harry Potter was 13 years old, and 3 weeks from being himself completely, and the people he'd chosen were choosing him back, and somewhere in Azkaban Voldemort's missing fragments were waiting to be found, and he would find them, and deal with them, in his own way, on his own terms. Not as a sacrifice. Not as a weapon. As himself. The sun moved west over the Dordogne and the stone of the wall was warm against his back and the compass was where it always was, steady and sure and pointing somewhere real. He was going to be all right. He was, in fact, already becoming it.